again, laughing free under the sun's warm grin, helping each other, kin to kin. This is our time, and we're gonna win. Oh, rising tide lifts all ships we land, with joy in our hearts and the wind at our backs. We're building something great, no turning back. Rising tide, we're on the attack. Taking it back from the stormy sea, forward we march, wild and free. A bright future gleams for you and me. Glorious days, our victory. Oh, a rising tide lifts all ships we land, with joy in our hearts and the wind at our backs. We're building something great, no turning back. Rising tide, we win at last. Below me, hearties, the dawn is breaking bright. From the shadows we sail through the endless night. Hand to hand we pull the line so tight. Together we rise in the morning light. Oh, a rising tide lifts all ships we land, with joy in our hearts and the wind at our backs. We're building something great, no turning back. Rising tide, we're on the attack. Dedication strong as the oceans roar. Progress calls us to the distant shore. Never surrender, we push evermore. Into the sunrise, what we're fighting for. Oh, a rising tide lifts all ships we land, with joy in our hearts and the wind at our backs. We're building something great, no turning back. Rising tide, we're on the attack. By God, we'll have our memes again, laughing free under the sun's warm grin, helping each other, kin to kin. This is our time, and we're gonna win. Oh, rising tide lifts all ships we land, with joy in our hearts and the wind at our backs. We're building something great, no turning back. Rising tide, we're on the attack. Taking it back from the stormy sea, forward we march, wild and free. A bright future gleams for you and me. Glorious days, our victory. Oh, a rising tide lifts all ships we land, with joy in our hearts and the wind at our backs. We're building something great, no turning back. Rising tide, we win at last. Below me, hearties, the dawn is breaking bright. From the shadows we sail through the endless night. Hand to hand we pull the line so tight. Together we rise in the morning light. Oh, a rising tide lifts all ships we land, with joy in our hearts and the wind at our backs. We're building something great, no turning back. Rising tide, to the distant shore. Never surrender, we push evermore into the sunrise, what we're fighting for. Oh, rising tide lifts all ships we land, with joy in our hearts and the wind at our backs. We're building something great, no turning back. Rising tide, we're on the attack. By God, we'll have our memes again, laughing free under the sun's warm grin, helping each other, kin to kin. This is our time, and we're gonna win. Oh, rising tide lifts all ships we land, with joy in our hearts and the wind at our backs. We're building something great, no turning back. Rising tide, we're on the attack. Taking it back from the stormy sea, forward we march, wild and free. A bright future gleams for you and me. Glorious days, our victory. Oh, a rising tide lifts all ships we land, with joy in our hearts and the wind at our backs. We're building something great, no turning back. Rising tide, we win at last. Below me, hearties, the dawn is breaking bright. From the shadows we sail through the endless night. Hand to hand we pull the line so tight. Together we rise in the morning light. Oh, a rising tide lifts all ships we land, with joy in our hearts and the wind at our backs. We're building something great, no turning back. Rising tide, we're on the attack. Dedication strong as the oceans roar. Progress calls us to the distant shore. Never surrender, we push evermore into the sunrise, what we're fighting for. Oh, rising tide lifts all ships we land, with joy in our hearts and the wind at our backs. We're building something great, no turning back. Rising tide, we're on the attack. By God, we'll have our memes again, laughing free under the sun's warm grin, helping each other, kin to kin. This is our time, and we're gonna win. Oh, rising tide lifts all ships we land, with joy in our hearts and the wind.
Ahoy, ahoy, there we go. How's it going, everybody? How's it going? Hopefully everyone is doing well. Yeah, so yeah, we're gonna be doing some stuff. Happy Juneteenth, everyone. Oh man. But yeah, we will actually be talking. I saw an interesting video on civil rights movement, so we will be doing that later. We'll probably warm up with some other stuff too. There's still more demi drama, so we might hit that up. Yay, right? Everyone wants more demi drama. Like I said though, she's big time on my shit list just because how she was behaving. That was uncool. So I really might hit that. There's like I think it's Rev has 6 videos now on it. Man. Hey Eli Lee, how's it going? And hello everyone else as well, of course. I just happened to see that one. But yeah, and what was I gonna say? So yeah, we'll do the civil rights thing. We'll do the other stuff. And shoot, I had something. Oh yeah, for one thing, I just wanted to announce for those of you that didn't see, I will be on Side Scrollers this coming Monday. So let me go ahead and bring that up actually, because yeah, that'll be dang cool. Yeah, yeah. I think I can do better than last time. That's the plan. And I already have like they gave me some stuff that so I know more this time going in than I did last time. Work sucks, but that's normal. Dang. Did I just decide to be a content farm or something? What, the Demi shit? I'll tell you exactly why. What she did on that initial thing with Chibi was so freaking rude. I like, she's fucking pisses me off now. Also, yes, farming the hell out of that. Yeah, so anyway, let's just go ahead and let me check that. Oh man. Let's see. Yeah. Alrighty. Move on over there. So yeah, there we go. As you can see, I'm back on Monday. Let's go. Tune in, be there. Ew, why is furry art trending at the same time as Seattle, of course. Good job. Good job, Oregon. But yeah, so let's just jump right into the Demi one. This is Mugen and Demi. And then we might watch one of the hero highs. Again, I was curious about the betrayal one there. As well as that one looks fun. Chuds took over our best series and ruined it. Yeah, it's always Oregon, man. Oh, I'm so used to the shit coming out of wait, it said trending in Oregon, didn't it? Trending with Oregon or something. I think I was just reading, but yeah, you are correct. You are correct. Yeah, trending in Oregon, Seattle. Why is that? What the? Bro. That's crazy. Maybe it's Oregon people being like, "Hey, at least we're not Seattle." I don't know. That's wild though. Those are just straight up hookers, man. I don't even know if that's stream safe. That's crazy. Some Seattle soccer fans have mixed feelings about patriotically backing the U.S. team during FIFA's Men's World Cup, given the actions of President Donald Trump. Do we read articles from Seattle? Like that might be something. Lefties in Seattle didn't want to host the World Cup because of Trump. Meanwhile, people in Seattle said screw it and busted out the national anthem. Nice. Wait, what? Did they just like take over stadiums and shit? Like empty well, they're full of people now, but like I guess no one was playing there? That's kind of cool actually. Good job, Seattle. Actually, unironically, what the fuck? Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Lefties in Seattle didn't want to host the World Cup because of Trump. Meanwhile, people in Seattle said screw it and bust out the national anthem and take me home country roads after America's win. Oh, no, I guess they are hosting it or something? I don't know. Yeah. Heck yeah. It is kind of unfortunate we need sports to bring about that kind of energy, but hey, I'll take what I can get at this point. Holy shit, Seattle is genuinely the worst place on earth. Based crowd, nice, yep. What? Who are the 50,000 American terrorists in Seattle Stadium? What the fuck is this? He's like, I guess he means Patriots? That's wild, man. He wants Iran to bomb the Seattle Stadium? Yikes! You could never imagine your feelings on America being conditional on who is in charge. Yes and no. Like, obviously, as a country, as an idea, as a nation, as a people, no. But like, there are times. I mean, I generally hate the government regardless. That's kind of my thing. But so yeah, I will have different feelings towards like the overall structure, of course, depending on who's in charge. But yeah, no, you got to support the people and the nation regardless, because those are our people. So yeah, no, I do agree, but it's also like, sometimes you got to be like, yikes. Government not equal America. No, I know. That's why I'm saying I do agree with you. You are correct. And that's the thing. They don't care either. Like their opinions on America are not conditional on who's in charge either. They hate America no matter what. It's just when they have their guy in, they pretend they don't because they can use it. They can use the pretend love of America as a wedge to further destroy America. So no one's feelings on America is dependent on who's in charge. Just the lens through which they see and speak is dependent on who's in charge, because it's all fucking psyops. Always fucking psyops. No exceptions, pretty much. But yeah, that's crazy. Fuck it. I rarely report. I'm gonna report that one. It's not exactly actionable, but it's TOS, and I don't like it. It's TOS, and I don't like it. Get fucked. Violent speech was already checked. I'm not sure if there's a default. It's also illegal. I mean, fuck it. I'm that one's illegal. Terrorism or violent extremism. There we go. Fuck you. I'm doing my part. Anyway. Oh god. Yeah, that was in the hooker video. That is disturbing. What the? Speaking of, is that a straight up naked person? What? Oh, no. No. What? Wait.
Early morning.
I'm so confused.
18th. Surveillance footage at a Ladybug Espresso in Lakewood shows this bikini barista serving a drink to a customer.
Oh, bikini barista? And that's why they're censoring? Okay.
Barista serving a drink to a customer who then violently grabs her through the window, ripping her shirt. Screen captures give us a good look at Ezekiel Guerrero, the 19. As a good look at Ezekiel Guerrero.
God damn it.
That Lakewood police tracked down a week later in Kent. You can see him here in handcuffs.
Is that you? Yeah, that's me.
Guerrero keeps repeating he was not in the right state of mind.
It was just a flash. The moment I realized what I did, I let go.
Despite according
The moment he realized what He did. He let go. That is not... That's not someone who gets to stay around in society. Dude. I'm not sure how much of this, more of this shit I can take. We are not a serious anything. Holy shit. Lock this dude up.
It was just a flash. The moment I realized what I did, I let go.
Despite
No, he does not belong in my society. I'm sorry. He goes in the box. Wood chipper's a bit much, but he goes in the box. Some box.
Guerrero admitting to grabbing the young woman. He pleaded not guilty at his arraignment and is out of Pierce County Jail with a first-degree attempted kidnapping charge. Early morning hours of
So they just let him walk too. You've had dogs with better impulse control? Yeah. Dude. This is a cursed hashtag, well, not hashtag, but trending here. Of welcoming visitors and helping Seattle put its best foot forward, union bosses chose disruption, political theater, and economic sabotage. The public shouldn't be forced to pay the price for another union power play. Grow up, get back to work, and quit holding everyone else hostage, you scumbags. I fucking hate unions. It's unfortunate. Just like plenty of things, they're decent in theory, like people getting together and collective bargaining and all that. There's a upside to that too, but they're way too organized, and ironically they became exactly what they claim to be fighting, just with a leftist veneer of, oh, look at us, we're unions or whatever. They're like, oh yeah, no, we're unions, but they're fucking mandatory, and they are a massive monopoly in whatever industry they're in. They're hypocrites. Titanic was good in theory. They are dated. I just resent that they're everything they claim to be opposed to. Like, they want to control everything when it should be about actually representing the quote unquote workers. Like, just like the government, they have a duty to protect the workers. Instead, they're just enriching themselves. Like, unions are out for the union boss, just like all these other organizations. Yeah, I'm not even gonna make it through that 26-second video. Ooh, shit.
Oh my God, why are you recording us? I'm not. What? But do something consistent in Belltown. You're on a sidewalk. What the fuck? Yeah, it does. It does. We didn't agree that you can smoke drugs on my sidewalk.
Based.
I'm over it, man. I'm over it. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. I'm tired of people dying. I'm tired of people dying. Okay, well, you know what? Watch out for the babies. Hey, baby. You know 11 babies have died of fentanyl overdose in the state of Washington because fentanyl is everywhere, so be very careful about the drugs. You just walked through an open-air drug market.
Damn. Everything without philosophical backing is just an excuse to empower lowly behavior in regression to the mean. It's not that it's there to empower, but it will. And if that's what you're saying, yeah, like you need to have the principles, or it is just going to fall apart. I mean, I think things generally will fall apart in general over a long enough time frame, but you need that, like you're saying, philosophical backing if you're going to try to keep things together, for sure. Teachers union is a great example of dysfunctional education due to their tenure systems. Not just tenure, but yes, the teachers union does a bunch of damage outside of that too, though. Trade unions get political power at the same time as feminism. I don't know. Is union just a synonym for mass? I'm not sure the root of the word. Only in Seattle would a pack of overpriced latte-sipping, tent-city shitting, tranny-worshipping hypocrites boycott their own fucking country's soccer team over Orange Man bad. Peak Pacific Northwest brain-rotted faggotry. Oh, shit. I said that word. I should not have read that, but I think we'll be fine. Second time I've said that on stream. People get away with a lot worse. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. USA chants are echoing through the streets of Seattle today. Right on. When forces are exerted in society without that basis, then it's just power dynamics. Yeah. What are you talking about? You didn't hear anything? Right on. Psychological mass. Oh, regardless of it, if it's liberal meaning, society seems to behave like a trade union in a it is a psychological mass.
Last Friday,
Damn. Is this still Seattle? Again, like, at least there are some base people in Seattle. Howdy.
Let's go. Never seen anything like this. Never seen anything like this in American soccer. Thank you, Seattle. Last Friday.
No, yeah. Damn, son. Crazy. They get things right every once in a while, I guess. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah. Soccer. There we go. But yeah, some of that shit is crazy. Whoa. Anyway, enough of that. But yeah, that was a interesting hashtag there. Or again, not hashtag, just trending topic. American soccer, yep. You've got to immediately just suspect that that crowd was paid. What, the Patriots? I doubt it. There's not that much organized shit, and especially in liberal cities. Like, who would be paying people to go out there and be pro-America? Like, we don't have people who pay people to be out there being pro-America. We've got people to be out there being anti-America. We've got people out there to be pro-Mexico. We've got people out there to be pro who the fuck knows. We got people out there to be like paid to be out there being pro all these countries. But I don't think we really have an America lobby, unfortunately. Oh, Fox. Again, like I like being suspicious, but that seems a bit much. They may be adopting some of the enemy's tactics. Worse things could happen. Hey, Kura. I do want to read this. Hey, Drake, thank you for the follow. Warg, thank you as well. I knew you were following somewhere else, I believe, but I should have shouted you out when you followed on Rumble as well. Seattle does have its own soccer team, so it's not actually a surprise that soccer fans be present. And this is all World Cup related, so people will be, it must be. So yeah, FIFA Cup, so people will be there regardless. Why would any American MAGA person cheer on Fox because of soccer? I think they're just cheering in general, but that's a good point. That wasn't directly about soccer. I don't know. I'd have to look at the context again. Where is your flag, or at least your soccer shirt? What, me? I should have. I mean, I do have the American, the Afro Man version. That could be funny. But yeah, I'm just gonna stick with my pirate dude for now. Sorry, no, I wasn't trying to be that. I was reading other stuff and then I saw you and I'm like, oh hey Kura. But yeah, hey Kura. Hey Kura, how's it going, buddy? How's it going? There, better. Lag response time on Rumble is pretty impressive so far. Yeah, especially since some of it is making its way to my other thing. So if I'm reading off Rumble directly, I can actually get to it even faster. But that's pretty good. Anyway, let's go ahead and check out this article because I'm sure that'll piss us off too. USA versus Australia World Cup match spotlights politics of soccer fandom. Carrie Lefkowitz, a soccer fan who lives in West Seattle, stands in front of a World Cup mural in the neighborhood this month. Thank you. That's a very insightful thing there just to get things started. Well, you wouldn't catch you going to any sports ball game. If you did, you'd be cheering with them. All right. Politics of soccer. Oh man. Who ate the red crayon? Yeah. All right. When Carrie Lefkowitz first heard the U.S. men's national team was going to play a World Cup soccer game in Seattle, he felt a surge of excitement. Oh man. What's coming next? The West Seattle marketing consultant loves how the legendary tournament brings fans from different countries together. He's followed the U.S. team since 1994, when the FIFA Men's World Cup was last played on U.S. fields. But now that the 2026 edition is actually kicking off, including a match Friday between the U.S. and Australia in Seattle Stadium, Lefkowitz is struggling to separate his love for U.S. soccer from his negative feelings about about high ticket prices, President Donald Trump's crackdown on immigrants. There already, huh? Think of the poor immigrants. Why does he even support the U.S. team at all? Like, pick a different country and go there. Oh man, how dare Trump pick on the immigrants? I want to pick on the immigrants more and do other things. Trump's war with Iran, again, I'm not a fan, so I'll agree with him on that one. But well, not insofar as it means you don't support the U.S. team, though. Among other things, he said in an interview last month, geez, man. On one hand, it's hard for the 47-year-old to imagine not watching the World Cup and rooting for the U.S. players. Again, I wonder why, considering his twisted frickin' view on things, it seems. Like, why is he even supporting the U.S. players who hail from diverse backgrounds? Okay. I guess there's enough non-whites on the team, or gays or whatever, that he can support them. I guess that's what we got going on here. Hail from diverse backgrounds and have compelling life stories. He wants them to succeed. The life stories should be their frickin' sports stars, star athletes at the world-class level, and they're representing my country. Fucking hell. He wants them to succeed. On the other hand, it's hard for Lefkowitz to imagine enthusiastically cheering against their opponents because he thinks Trump is tarnishing what it means to be American on the global stage. So your solution is to not support America and to not cheer on because it might hurt the feelings of the other team. I'm so it's not how I expected to feel about the World Cup, he said a few weeks before the tournament. I still want the U.S. team to win, clearly, but everything that goes with that, I'm conflicted. But you want them to win, you're claiming. This is, I knew this would be crazy, but... These are questions that many people are pondering in Seattle, an internationally oriented, soccer-impassioned city dominated by Democrats who vehemently disagree with how the Trump administration is running the U.S. and hosting the World Cup. I'm an American and very proud of the freedoms we have, Lefkowitz says, but I can't lose my humanity, and that's what I see as happening. How are you losing your humanity because Orange Man bad or whatever? God, these people need personalities. Not everyone is ambivalent. Some local soccer fans say current affairs actually won't affect their approach to this summer's tournament at all. They see sports as an escape from politics, if only. Actually, that's not true. As always, I'm kind of glad when they politicize everything because it lets everyone know just what the game is. They stop slow boiling the frog. That's actually something to be grateful of. So yes, a part of me wants to be like, sports should be apolitical. It should be an escape from reality. But that's your bread and circuses. That placates the people. And then you have less people paying attention. So no, keep going. Keep politicizing everything. Make sports gay. Make sports fake and gay. Fake and gayer. I'm sorry for all the people who enjoy sports, but you need the harsh wake-up call. Sports need to be giga gay. But yeah. They see sports as an escape from politics. Again, ideally it should be, but I'm glad it's not because we need these wake-up calls. And the World Cup is as an opportunity for Americans with disparate perspectives to unite behind a single cause. Yes, good. That part's good. Although Mark Cairns doesn't like Trump, I would root for the U.S. regardless unless we became a communist country or something. Based? That's great. I'd root for the U.S. unless we became a communist country or something. I have unfortunate news for him, though. I have very unfortunate news for Mr. Cairns there. He should look up the 10 pillars of communism, for one thing. We basically are a communist country. Marx would be very proud. He said the Leshy business owner who traveled to Los Angeles for the team's opening win against Paraguay and has a ticket to Friday's game against Australia. Damn, look at him going all over the place. Super fan. Leshy business owner Mark Cairns, far right phrasing. With friends traveled to Los Angeles for the U.S. soccer team's opening FIFA. Yeah. We saw that. It kind of pisses me off when I see people disrespecting the flag, added Cairns, 58, a lifelong soccer player whose favorite U.S. star is gritty, New York-raised midfielder Tyler Adams. I'm going to support the team 100%. Dana Bracht, from Lake Forest Park, agreed, writing in response to a Seattle Times call out last month. This is about athletes and teams, not about politics. Bracht, a former youth soccer coach, thinks of sports as sacred and the World Cup soccer players as kids. Considering most are pretty young, the average age for U.S. players is 26, rather than political figures, she said. But it's not surprising that many other fans are dealing with complex emotions around the World Cup, said Sebastian Mayer, a University of Washington politics lecturer who teaches a class on sports and politics. Oh man, it's all so tiresome. What is wrong with people? University of Washington politics lecturer who teaches a class on sports and politics. I bet at this point they actually have a queer underwater basket weaving class. Oh man. That's so gay. Why does politics need to be in sports just like in video games? Like I said, I'm glad it is, though, because it's waking people up. Like, they shouldn't have fucked with our entertainment, but they did, and it's actually a good thing. Sports are always political, especially during a tournament like the World Cup that matches national teams against each other, he said. So this is the politics, the professor or lecturer. Sebastian Mayer, University of Washington lecturer. So yeah, I guess that's him. Okay, interesting. Competitive caterwauling. We need articles this retard so all the signs are even more obvious to those who may still be struggling to wake the fuck up, right? Competitive pride flag knitting. Since the World Cup began almost 100 years ago, many host country leaders have used it to promote their political agendas and sports wash their reputations, said Mayer, 33, mentioning tournaments hosted by Argentina's brutal military junta in 1978 and Qatar's repressive regime in 2022. Didn't the Nazis host some World Cup stuff too? Maybe some other world event. Olympics or something, I forget. There was some like controversial thing where Germany hosted when they were getting all spicy. Yes, Torst Wolf. Hey Torst Wolf, how's it going? Even the top of the fucking Soviets use the same language. There are politics coming into this World Cup as well. Trump accepted a peace prize from FIFA last year. What? Excuse me, how? Why? Oh, maybe World Cup isn't so bad. Oh man. Why does FIFA have a peace prize? His administration has barred the Iran team from staying more than 48 hours at a time in the U.S. and has denied entry to a referee from Somalia. Based on the second part, I don't think wars and shit, like, I do like that aspect of sports bringing people together. I don't think the Iranian team should be treated differently than any other team, aside from, making sure they're not terrorists or whatever, I guess. But I mean, that'd be kind of wild if they had an elite team of soccer players who were also terrorists, but you never know. But anyway, point is, no, they should be under the same rules as everyone else. It's just fair. They should, if they're going to be allowed to play, they need to be treated like everyone else. And I think they should be allowed to play. Just like I don't agree with Russia getting kicked out of tournaments or anything like that, or being forced to play under different flags, or Belarus and everything. I want, like, yeah, Iran should be able to play. Anyway, U.S. has denied entry to a referee from Somalia. That's based. No, I don't know, man. Meanwhile, some Iranian Americans are protesting the Iran team as a tool of the Islamic Republic regime. That's kind of funny. Trump phoned the U.S. soccer squad before their 4-1 defeat of Paraguay, like he phoned the U.S. men's hockey team after they won a gold medal at the recent Winter Olympics. Wait, are they just mentioning that that the president of the United States? It's all globalism, bring them together under state narratives. I'm just saying, I obviously don't like globalism. I don't view countries interacting with each other in friendly manners as globalism necessarily, though. Like, I don't see anything wrong with a bit of friendly competition, is what I'm getting at. That's not harmful in the same way as a bunch of these other globalist agendas. The referee was linked to a terrorist group, you believe? That would be hilarious. We could look up into that. It is amazing. They'll tell these stories and then just won't go into details. Like, imagine if that's just true, that, and I can definitely believe it. Imagine if that's true, that guy is linked to terrorist organizations, or at least suspected of it, and they just don't even mention that. They're just like, they stopped this Somalian from coming into the country. You don't hate journalists enough. And you literally can't. You're physically incapable of hating journalists as much as they deserve. And that's a good thing, because you would be consumed with hate and probably go on a murder spree or something like that. So, yeah. But yeah, you don't hate journalists enough. But yeah, and this whole thing about Trump phoned the U.S. soccer squad before their 4-1 defeat of Paraguay, blah, 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 blah. They're literally just complaining that the president of the United States is interacting with international sports when it concerns the U.S. team. Like, that's cool. That's cool. He should be doing that. This is retarded. How dare Trump, how dare the U.S. president talk to the U.S. team in international competitions? Are we serious? Yeah, so he phoned the hockey team. How dare he? In this case, he made a joke about the women's hockey team, and FBI Director Kash Patel chugged a beer in a locker room scene that went viral on social media, drawing criticism from some fans. Weasel words there, some fans. It'll be interesting to see how liberal Seattle grapples with something like that, said Mayer, who grew up playing and watching soccer in Germany, and whose partner, warning sign, and we saw the picture. That's a woman, allegedly, presumably, but they're doing the partner thing, man. His partner, yeah, major red flag. Drawing criticism from some sense. Whose partner is Colombian British American. One hyphen wasn't enough to distance herself from America. We needed 2 hyphens. Colombian British American. Bitch, choose. You get to choose. Are you British or are you Colombian? Because you ain't American. Get the fuck out. To make matters more complicated, the context is constantly changing. The U.S. team's fun, free-flowing performance against Paraguay has imbued some supporters with new hope. Trump announced an agreement with Iran on Monday that could end months of war. In the meantime, local fans are navigating this summer's World Cup politics in various ways. Ken Langner will be pulling for England because he enjoys watching the English club soccer league and has some English ancestry, he said last month. But he can't afford tickets to the matches at Seattle Stadium, typically Lumen Field. And as a progressive who believes his taxes should be spent on healthcare, not bombs, he said he can't bring himself to fully back a U.S. squad in this moment. Yes, because the U.S. team soccer team is the one who decides on tax policy. Fucking retards. And man, he has some English ancestry, so he's rooting for the England team. Bro. Like, imagine you do that to the logical conclusion. Well, I'm white, they're white. I'm just going to root for the team with the most white people on it. Yeah, I have English ancestry too. Let's see. He said he can't bring himself to fully back a U.S. squad at the moment. Yeah, no shit, because you hate America. I can't do it, said Lagner, 69, a retired Boeing manager who has Wait. As a progressive who believes his taxes should be spent on healthcare, not bombs, the retired Boeing manager... Bro! Are they really this low IQ, or are they paid to write this crap, or was this written by Grok with a bias against the conservative side of the U.S.? No, that's how these people are. Yeah, Americans supporting other countries' team. The left is the same in every country. Here in Argentina, the left roots for Brazil and Mexico. The Boeing manager, progressive who hates bombs, has replaced the American flag he once flew outside his Everett house with a Manchester United soccer club flag. We used to be the good guys. Now we're not. Okay, let's say that's true. That's where you fly the American flag harder, stronger, bigger, and go do stuff to the people who are making your government not the good guys anymore. Like yeah. Man. He worked for one of the biggest bomb delivery system makers we've got. Yep. Man, I knew this would be bad, but this is insane. While Claire Fenton always roots for the U.S. soccer men, she saves most of her money and energy for the U.S. women. Why? Why are you... Yeah. Why are you spending all the money? Shit. Like, holy shit. She saves most of her money and energy for the U.S. women, partly because she hears players on the women's team speaking out more about issues like equality. Equality is fake and gay. Holy shit. How many times do we need to go over this? It makes me feel better about supporting them, said Fenton, 46, from Greenwood, who traveled with her family to Australia and New Zealand for the 2023 Women's World Cup. Women. Brent Fawns was trying to reconcile his mixed feelings, gay, about soccer politics, gay, by focusing his fandom, gay, on Christian Walden, don't know who it is, probably gay, a Seattle Sounders stalwart with immigrant parents, gay. Oh my God. Dude, I'm glad we're almost through this because the crash out is coming. Dude, he supports him because he has immigrant parents who will be part of multi-ethnic, multilingual U.S. roster. Part of a multi-ethnic, multilingual U.S. roster. I hope they at least speak the same freaking language. They all need to speak English. I don't care what other languages they speak, but they all have to speak English, so I don't care how multilingual they are. I will yell for him definitely, said Fawns, gay. A Sounders supporter who lives in the Central District and has been appalled by Trump's deportation push. Gay. Of all the fucking things you complain about Trump, it's like that he's getting the immigrants out. No. Evan Williamson, 19, is also looking to the U.S. players for inspiration precisely because he feels so let down by the politicians running his country. I don't know enough about this guy to know if this is gay or not, because again, I do feel obviously the politicians running the country are letting us down, but I don't know if this is lefty, oh, the politicians are letting us down, or based right wing, the politicians are letting us down. How about not having a multilingual national roster, right? Again, like I said, I don't care what other languages they speak, but it should not be listed as multilingual because they all gotta be speaking the same language when they're talking teamwork and shit like that. Oh man. Maybe they can show everyone what it really means to be American. No, it's fucking sports, bro. It's fucking sports. They're there to win. They're there to play. Said the college student from Seattle. Okay, so gay, who plays soccer recreationally. They could represent the ideal America. I thought they already said it was multi-ethnic. Oh! Show the strength in our diversity. Okay, gay. Show the strength in our diversity and the freedom we show to the rest of the world. Oh my God. Sebastian Diaz, a naturalized U.S. citizen from Colombia who runs the South End soccer nonprofit Cultures United. Dude, I had high hopes for you. Naturalized U.S. citizen from Colombia. You could have been good, but I'm guessing not. But we will see. We'll vote for the U.S. and Colombia. There it is. If they face off in a knockout game, what do you think? What do you think? Money. However, Diaz will back Colombia. Back Colombia. Back to Colombia. Go back to Colombia, the 33-year-old said, partly because of how the U.S. government has been operating. A Peruvian American who organizes pickups again with that one's not hyphenated, but same deal. Peruvian American. No. A Peruvian American who organizes pickup soccer games in West Seattle, Fio Bezo, is adopting a similar approach. She's turned off by the corporate side of the World Cup and by the possibility that soccer could help the U.S. government scrub its image after carnage in Gaza and other wrongs. But Bezo, 43, is at the same time excited for the giant world party that the tournament will bring to town. She'll definitely be tuning in. Don't believe in dual citizenship. You cannot be loyal to two different countries. Yes, and that goes for ideology too. Like you don't even have to be a dual citizen to still be incapable of loyalty to your host country. If you're a soccer fan and you love it, it's irrational, so you can't not watch, she said. It's also situational. If the US plays Germany, of course I'm going to root for the US. But if it's the US against a small country where soccer is the biggest joy in their country, I'm going to root for the small country. Wow. Daniel Beekman. Daniel Beekman is a reporter at the Seattle Times where he covers politics and communities, telling stories that explain how government decisions affect people across Washington. All right, that was an article. That was an article. Fuck that, USA all day, right? Right? All right. That was retarded. Whoops, go away. Whoops, what the heck? There we go. Do we even want, I don't know if I want to do the Demi after that. After that. We could just go, do we just go right into the civil rights stuff? Uh 8-second video and stream suggestions. All right. Everyone here is dumber for having listened to it. Nah, it's important. You got to know what they're up to, man. You got to know what they're up to. Stream suggestions. What civil rights topic? It's an interview on Tom Woods about the civil rights movement.
Go back to where you belong.
Nice. Let's do one of these short ones, and then we'll probably go right on to that. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, that reminds me. Let me see if I can find that too. Keep it rolling on civil rights. You'd rather root for a losing America than a winning anybody else. Needs to be on a soundboard. That the one? We could do that too. Ooh, do we just go? Let's see. There's all kinds of things we could do. Let's see. Anyway. Only Demi update has been about Mugen making another false take in their journalism on the topic. Yeah. Yeah, that was the one that was showing up on the Rev thing. You might check it out. But yeah, anyway, let's do this one because it looks funny. Ahoy. Chuds took over our best series and ruined it. Oh my god, I wish I I wish I could empathize with you, but I have no clue what that would feel like. Someone taking over our series and ruining it. No, man, that sounds rough though, man. I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
As you're probably well aware, English localizers for years have taken advantage of their positions to butcher Japanese intellectual property, removing things that they deem offensive, like jokes that literally upset them so much that they remove it from the IP entirely, acting like they speak on behalf of the entire target market, which they obviously don't. It's a self-report into how egotistical, selfish, and overly sensitive these people are. And now we have a flip on the script, as you can see. Madam Savvy writing, they're complaining about racist chuds translating it. The context being a tweet that reads, "I was actually hyped to read this, but the translation upset me so much, only to then find out the translation group is racist as heck." Now, like I always say, I just want accurate translations, and I still stand by that here. That said, for the sake of entertainment, it's pretty hilarious.
Yeah, just leave that where it was. Yep. Hey, Bill. How's it going? Oh. Man, imagine if I wonder what they did it, but wait, video got muted? That's weird. Is it muted? Oh, what the heck? Thank you, thank you. Let's rewind that. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
As you're probably well aware, English localizers for years have taken advantage of their positions to butcher Japanese intellectual property, removing things that they deem
Warming up to be racist to Jay tomorrow. There's you gotta stick around then. We're gonna talk civil rights here. And I'm gonna go ahead and restart this since it was muted. Yeah, thank you for the alert there. Damn, we missed our funny intro though. But yeah, Chuds took over our best series and ruined it. Man, I wonder what that would be like. Other people coming in here and ruining shit you like. Sounds rough though.
As you're probably well aware, English localizers for years have taken advantage of their positions to butcher Japanese intellectual property, removing things that they deem offensive, like jokes that literally upset them so much that they remove it from the IP entirely, acting like they speak on behalf of the entire target market, which they obviously don't. It's a self-report into how egotistical, selfish, and overly sensitive these people are.
I love that though. They're complaining about racist Chuds translating it. Oh my god. Oh my god, the irony, right? Holy shit.
Now we have a flip on the script, as you can see. Madam Savvy writing, they're complaining about racist Chuds translating it. The context being a tweet that reads, I was actually hyped to read this, but the translation upset me so much, only to then find out the translation group is racist as heck. Now, like I always say, I just want accurate translations, and I still stand by that here. That said, for the sake of entertainment,
get off my lawn.
Seeing the complete inverse of what we normally see happening here and the reactions to it. So let's take a look at what's going on specifically. Oh, by the way, the tweet that Madam Savvy's responding to, the ones complaining about this stuff, got over 16,000 likes for context. The series in question is Hanbun Kyodai, half is more. The description reading, being mixed race in Japan, like Kazumi, means facing daily trials of racism, microaggressions, and otherness. This is a journey of resilience, hope, and the search for coexistence.
Can you imagine if the people that initial tweet wanted to be in charge of this got in charge of this? Man, this is the recipe for disaster.
So how is the localization going for this one? Well, let's take a look here. Apparently, this is a real example. Apparently. For my little Bretta and I, our mom's is Japanese and our pops is French and shit. Response reading, not to mention they're complaining about reading fan translations. You get what you pay for. And I say that as someone who also reads fan translations. Madam Savvy writing in response, yes, LMAO. It's just funny because we've all been subjected to these retards throwing trans flags all over fan translation stuff. But the one time some chuds have some fun, they lose it.
So it's fucking fan dubbing? Or you know, fan translations. That's amazing. It's pissing me off even more because they are saying that it's a proper translation of their Japanese accent when, like, how coinky dinky that other characters with accents in several other translations are just English, but oh, this one is different.
Who was complaining about this, though, here's what they say, adding to their initial complaint post. It's really upsetting me even more because they're saying that it's a proper translation of their Japanese accent. When, like, how coinkydinky that other characters with accents in several other translation are just English. But oh, this one is different? F off. Let's take a look at another example here from a panel. Caption, it's pretty funny to be honest, and I wouldn't get mad at it, but at least they get to taste what localization is like for us when we have to put up with woke translators. Yep. So it says, sorry, I'm such a country bumpkin. I was acting like we were back home. Most people could probably tell at a glance and shit. For my little brother and I, there's that one again. For my little brother and I, our mom's is Japanese and our pops is French and in this society, dim MFs refer to us type of folks as half. Another example here.
Oh, that's glorious. And yes, you're all chuds here. Oh, this is great.
Here. What was it again? There was one blackfish in a school of redfish, but the blackfish used his unique traits, and they all
To acquire a bicycle.
worked together to chase away the bad guy, and they lived happily ever after, something like that. When I was a little kid, I used to think that was a completely true and right story. Here's some more examples if you want to take a look and pause. I'm getting tired of reading like that though, so I'm not going to read this out loud anymore. But yeah, there's some more examples if you'd like to take a look. And now the responses are all this out loud.
No. I get the whole system aspect of it, but to just casually do something so life-changing. Now just Yuta Yama, it's not even like I've ever had any trouble with my current name and shit. I mean, a name is your identity. You wouldn't understand, sis.
Anymore,
Chud translation.
There's some more examples if you'd like to take a look. And now the responses are also filled with people using the same rhetoric that EN localizers and their defenders have used for years when people criticize their corruption. Reads, for example, but I heard artistic liberty was good and Japanese language is so complicated to translate. Marshall Beaumont going even further with the satire and sarcasm on this one, writing, you see, Japanese is an incredibly complex and nuanced language. Ultimately, there's no way to truly translate it into English. Not to mention, we know how to understand Japanese better than the Japanese themselves. Localization elevates base manga into true art. If you had media literacy, you'd understand.
Dude, he hit every fucking single note there. That's amazing. Oh, that guy's a hero.
So like I said, it's satirical, it's sarcastic, but this is the same rhetoric, like I just pointed out,
that's
that
glorious.
localizers and their defenders, their shills, often use. He actually pointed that out too, wrote, note, these are all things I've heard localization defenders say to normal people when manga and anime is made woke by localizers. And another take like this, the irony of reading an unofficial translation on an unofficial website without paying and then complaining. Earlier, we took a look at the OP adding on to their rant. We got another satirical response here. There's actually a lot of satirical responses. I'm just showing you a few, but let's take a look at this one real quick. Japanese is not one-to-one English, so accurate translations are not always possible, and so some degree of interpretation and creativity is needed to make the final result fit the culture of the new target audience. If you don't like it, learn Japanese yourself. Again, the sort of stuff that the EN localization defenders always say to people rightfully criticizing their corrupt works. And a few more comedic examples here. Ahem, it's just small changes that add personality. Why do you care? Just learn Japanese, chud. They just added flavor to the original.
Oh, I love this.
What the problem is, one-to-one translations are impossible, and localization is necessary to make dialogue feel natural. And then back to Madame Savvy once again. She responded to the OP, writing, now if only your kind consistently called out this kind of thing, like when you do it, that would be great. But oh well, point and laugh. This user having no good response, just trying to get offended at how Madame Savvy said, quote unquote, your kind, as if it's some sort of like racial.
Yep, I saw that too and liked it. Like, you gotta call out, I like ilk. I like calling people like you and your ilk. And no, it's not racial. I mean, it can be. It depends on how you use it, of course. But no, your kind is obviously the subversive locusts in this case who weasel their way into a hobby or something, to the hobby or medium, and fuck it up.
Savvy's clearly
ilk is a very fun word. Hell yeah.
Subvert intellectual property. But of course, this person lacks the critical thinking and media literacy to understand the point. Anyways, that's the latest. Hope you enjoyed the video. Thank you for tuning in, and I'll see you in the next one.
That was a really fun one. You know the thing, like comment and subscribe, all that. You had one of your employees say chud thinking it was derogatory. You just laughed super hard. Yeah, it's not anymore because everyone else went so insane. Speaking of, there's a Queen of the Chuds here. I don't know that one. Oh, that was the CD Projekt Red man. Yeah, let's do more Japan destroying people. Well, that wasn't Japan. You're proud, Chud? Yeah, we all are now. What the fuck? Japan ruined our representation.
Very amusing situation here. We have a tweet with over 13,000 likes, and they are not happy. Reads, awful news. The non-binary representation is so bad and triggering. Literally sounds like something Tosh from Veilguard.
Literally
Like,
shaking.
is this Tosh? Is this just like Tosh's alt account or something? Spoiler. The only character who didn't pick a gender eliminated himself. There are 2 endings in which the MC either picks XX or XY body and conforms to the binary.
Is this a game?
Happy ever after.
Like a visual novel or something? That's hilarious if you can pick male, female, or other and you just freaking game over. Oh man. I can see why they'd hate this.
The sarcasm at the end, like, and happy ever after. And triggering, I'm triggered.
Sarcasm.
Triggering, bro, it's like halfway to 2027. Can you imagine that there are people still talking like this in the grand old year of 2026, almost 2027? So here's what they're so upset with. The series called Just Like Mona Lisa, which Manga Mogra announced right here, posting gender youth drama Just Like Mona Lisa anime adaptation officially announced. Animation studio Shaft. The caption even reading, in a world where everyone is born genderless.
Upcoming anime, yeah.
Going on to write once again, Just Like Mona Lisa. And the OP further talking about how offended they are, saying, and I'm specifically talking about non-binary representation because the
Dude, that's such a good bait though. Like everyone's born genderless and then they actually have to pick a gender. Like you're literally non-binary, I guess you could say that at the start because you're neither male or female. So you literally start non-binary but have to fucking pick a gender. That's hilarious.
Was shown being suffocated literally by the binary and the pressure to pick a gender. It had all the non-binary coding, but it ended up being passed as just a sexuality thing because of their friend's crush. The message is basically, being confused about your gender is just a phase. Being non-binary...
Yes, I mean pretty much. And most of it's put on by weirdos in society anyway, but all the studies show if you leave these people alone and don't encourage them and let them, quote unquote, change their gender by chemicals and other nasty procedures, that they will, it is a phase basically. If you can just deprogram them. And should.
So it's better to pick a binary gender. Forgot to mention, it's also bioessentialist because let's say they have to pick a specific body, that wouldn't mean they had to conform their gender to it, right? Well, no, there is no room for this kind of thought. It's not even considered a possibility.
Based.
You want to know why it's not even considered a possibility? Because the majority of Japanese people, the majority of people in the entire world, for the record.
Also, why would you pick? It doesn't fit the theme of the universe. Why would, in a world where you can pick to be male or female, why would you pick, like, for example, why would you choose to be male but be like, but I'm gonna act in a really feminine manner? Why wouldn't you have picked to be a woman then? If you're like, this is literally, dude, I could violate so many frickin' YouTube guidelines right now. Holy shit. Like, the mindset is so freaking obsessive and nonsensical. Like, this is the dream. This should be the trans dream here. Everyone gets to choose their gender. So you pick male or female and then conform to those standards because that's why you picked that one. This isn't hard to logic out. You feel like a woman in this universe, you can just pick that you're a woman. So you do that. You wouldn't pick a man and then pretend to be a woman unless you're also freaking psychotic attention whore. Jeez.
Don't follow Western gender theory. It's literally not a concept that they follow. They might have similar themes phrased in different ways, but they don't follow the specific framework that Western gender theory is. But, people who think the entire world revolves around their Western ideals, they can never perceive this. And
not gonna lie, they can't. Their brain is fried from too many brain chemical injections, something like that. But yeah, dude, we've had some bangers already. Like, we've been streaming only an hour and 15 minutes, and just all of this has been rage bait. It's wonderful. I love it.
Twitter police always get so upset when I point this out, saying things like, Hero, hey, you're a Westerner too. And it's like, yup, I am, but that doesn't make me wrong. and it doesn't mean I can't point out how obnoxious and egotistical other Westerners can be. Here's another one. Another person finding it triggering. We've got, I'm sorry, I feel like I need to keep warning people. This story literally...
Warning? They're so fragile. Okay, this story literally... Dude, that's a whole... That's a whole other level over literally shaking. Something literally gave this guy dysphoria. Not really. He's a fucking freak, or she, or whatever. She, her. I don't know. I need to know their pronouns here. But yeah, holy shit. This story literally gave me dysphoria. Dude, I wasn't aware you could surpass literally shaking for stupid exaggerations.
Never freaking happen.
Oh man,
it's deeply transphobic and ignorant and isn't going to be the woke anime of the summer. It actually doesn't care about non-binaries and trans people at all.
Good.
Wow, that's really awful. I was really hoping this would be the woke banger that we needed during summer. How disappointing. I don't know what I'm gonna do now. And by the way, that tweet got 7,800 likes. 7,800 people lamenting how this intellectual property won't affirm their beliefs. This one also...
but that's the logical flaw in not being able to be a narcissist, treading on wanting to cross the line of gender for the individuality they seek to identify as for their main character syndrome. Yeah, pretty much. Imagine being so insecure you get dysphoria because of a manga. These weirdos' pronouns are re/tard. Yes. Jumping on Twitter to see this yourself. Yeah, that sounds fun. What was I gonna... Oh, imagine being so insecure you get dysphoria. That's the thing. They don't. They either already had it, or more likely, again, just like to Codeforger's point there, extreme narcissists trying to control everyone and jumping on trends like that. Not even necessarily consciously. Like they read the societal trends and realize it's a way they can get power. So yeah, no, it's almost worse. I'd almost respect someone so weak and insecure that they get dysphoria more than what this guy is doing. This guy is spellcasting. He, or again, I don't know, but yeah, whoever that was, thinks playing the victim is a way to gain power. Thinks being pathetic is a way to gain power. I have zero respect for people like that. So yeah, it's not about that they got dysphoria from it, that they actually suffered. They want to paint themselves as a pathetic victim to gain power over people, which is one of the most disgusting things people can do.
Got 7,000 likes and it reads, I've been informed that this manga is unfortunately transphobic. Unhappy face with double chin, despite the synopsis. So here are two lovely manga to consume that have amazing trans/non-binary rep instead. Titles are Skip and Loafer and Stars Align. And the person from earlier wasn't done complaining there. They actually made another tweet that reads, I just urge people who see a non-binary person at the front of a manga that's doubtlessly going to have a really high quality adaptation and seems to want to make a point about transness to do your research. This manga sees transness as a fictional thing to be fixed. I'm so sorry. And another complaint.
This political side of the sneaky fucker mentality. Yes, that's a good way to put it, actually. Good thing you have the courage to dislike the weak. Yes! Dude, honestly, and again, especially like weaponized weakness. Like, it's one thing to hate someone just for being weak, and I think there is actually a natural inclination to hate weak people. But yeah, weaponized weakness is absolutely 100% something people should hate. Like, so yeah, hating the weak in general, kind of based, yeah. Hating people who put on weakness and weaponize weakness, 1,000% fucking justified. Fuck those people. It's easy to hate the rich, but do you have the courage to hate the poor? Yes, also that.
Post this one with 4,000 likes reading, hey guys, this manga is pretty transphobic and NB-phobic.
I'm still not gonna watch it, probably.
Be warned. Be warned, everybody. We got the one and only Madam Savvy responding to that tweet as well. She says, it's a story, not a statement. You losers do not understand the concept of
Amateur
other
nouns.
people responding to the whiny OP, saying things like W manga, and probably means it's pretty good then. And that'll do it for our update on the modern audience and how they're doing. Let me know what you think about the latest. Thank you for tuning in, and I'll see you in the next one.
That's the point. If you want to be strong, I will help you, but don't drown in self-pity. Yes, exactly. Not to tangent too hard right here at the end, but yeah, it links in with all that communist nonsense we talk about too, and equality and self-improvement and aspirations. Like it's the same mindset that hates aspirations, and because anyone being able to rise above their current station is a threat to those who don't want to put in the work to rise above that station. Like other people succeeding where these crabs in a bucket type people are not succeeding is a threat to those people's weak identities. Hating weaponized weakness is natural since it's the only way the truly weak can attempt to gain power. Yes, and you're in a fucked up society if the weak are ruling you, and to some extent they are. All right, that'll do it for this video. Thanks for watching. Like, comment, subscribe. Peace. That was a fucking fun one. Holy shit. Asmongold mentioned that we should fear the 2% of the bottom that has been weaponized by the 2% at the top, or something to that effect. Yeah, I'll see if I can find that. I haven't watched it, but I saw. Oh, I saw Tectone tweeted it out, so we'll go look at that. Let's see. No, Tectone Twitter. There we go. Everyone who endorses weakness wants a collapsing society or to control. Sees it as a tool. All right. All right, someone brought this up. I thought we'd watch it. Asmongold is right, and you know he's right. You just don't like the way he said it. Y'all gonna bitch about his takes like you always do. 99% of the time, this dude is spot on with everything he says. I wouldn't go that far. Like I said, I do have disagreements with Asmon. I think he's right about a lot, and I like his attitude. I like that he just says what he believes, but I wouldn't say 99%. But anyway, that's my minor nitpick there with Tectone. Except when he wears that gay ass shirt. Yes, okay. Anyway, let's see if there's more. Bottom 2% of society are the real oppressors. Asmongold, the popular streamer, made a shocking statement. RT? 3.5 million followers. All right, see you, Torst Wolf. Communism, socialism, Nazism, woke ideology is just Gnosticism wearing poorly drawn masks. Tectone is hyperbolic 100% of the time. True. I like Tectone, but yeah, he goes hard. Blaming all of society's problems not on the top 2%, but on the bottom 2%. People ain't gonna like this. Apparently people are not gonna like this.
Intelligent and smart people. The problem...
Wait, did it start somewhere through?
Intelligent and smart people. The problem... You're not... People are really not gonna like it. You're not being oppressed by the top 2% of society. You're being oppressed by the bottom 2% of society. And the bottom 2% of society have caused all of the manifest problems in your lives are caused by the bottom 2% in society. Intelligent and smart.
Okay. I do think he should have phrased that better. Let's see. I have a lot of disagreement on that, actually. Like I was saying, he's not altogether wrong, but the real thing to keep in mind there is that society has always had a bottom 2% of society. Obviously, that's how percentages work. There has always been that bottom 2%. You can't clickbait nuance. Yeah, I know, but we can be nuanced here and talk about it. But yeah, so there's always been the bottom 2% of society. The change, the issue we're dealing with is how society itself deals with the bottom 2%. We used to not tolerate that shit. That's the issue. And that's why I'm not sure. Someone said bottom 2% rate. Maybe that was in chat. I think chat said bottom 2% controlled by top 2% or something, which is more accurate. Like the bottom 2% are a problem and are oppressing us, but are not the ones with the power. They're being used as tools. They're the useful idiots. They top 2% or whatever, if you want to phrase it that way. People in power want this and view it as a tool and go from there. Like by empowering the bottom 2%, the bottom 2% do not have power themselves. The bottom 2% have been unleashed upon us. The bigger problem is that the top 2% use the bottom 2% to make shifts and play games. Yes, basically. But yeah, so the bottom 2% is a problem, but they're not oppressing us. They're being used to oppress us. They're being fostered. They're being groomed to oppress us. Actually bottom 4% because inflation. Yes. All right. Damn. Okay. Ahoy. That one was fun, man. Dude, we've been hitting some good videos. I barely even want to go into the more long form one because that'll drag on. I don't know. Let's check out Queen of the Chuds. I have no clue what this is about too. But Hero High's been we've been having fun with Hero High videos. Let's see if we can keep up the momentum. Bottom 2% eats the top 90% of the fast food. That would be crazy. I wonder what the percentage breakdown of fast food eaters are. All right, Queen of Chuds. I have no clue what this is about, but hopefully it's fun. We've had some absolute banger videos so far. It's pretty amazing.
On June 16th, now getting over 5 million views and 56,000 likes, it all begins with this tweet. Reading big things happening in Kazakhstan. Posting a picture of this athlete who apparently competes in track, field, and the high jump. As she continued to go viral, more and more people went crazy, some becoming her biggest appreciators, others finding ways to get offended somehow, which led up to this account that was created sometime in June, perhaps after this all went viral. At the very least, that's when this account really surfaced, claiming to be the woman from the photo, writing, "Hi, my name's Jasmine. That's me in the photo above. This photo's gained popularity and gone viral online in the last few hours. Thank you all for your kind comments. I'd also like to dispel some rumors. My full name is Jasmine Bagalanova." Going on to provide more context, writing, "I live in Kazakhstan and am Kazakh mixed race. I love my homeland very much. I compete in track and field and my sport is the high jump. Thank you all for your well wishes and support in my sport. I'll continue to work hard, achieve success, and pursue my goals."
I don't know where this is going so far.
Picture. But I haven't really shown you the public reception yet so far. I told you there were a lot of people appreciating her, but also people offended. So let's take a look at some of that now. And then I'll show you one of her more recent clips that she also posted to Twitter. And keep in mind, once again, that the initial tweet did get over 5 million views. But as mentioned, here's some of the more specific reception. Comments like, "Every single living tomboy goes viral because it's like seeing a unicorn." People
Lots of
responding
simping.
like seeing a cute tomboy that hasn't been government mandated to start testosterone is like finding the last Hawaiian bird of its species, and tomboy supremacy. A separate post reading, "The reason these big-eyed tomboys always go so viral is because for 15 years, every single woman of such a phenotype was being coerced into being trans by the woke Reich. Now that woke is dead, tomboys..."
Woke is not dead, man. I'm glad it's dwindling, but this whole woke is dead shit, this is how they make a comeback. You have to keep the gas on. You have to keep the pedal to the metal. Woke is not dead. We are winning. This is not a black pill statement. This is not the woke is not only dead, but they're winning and we lose. We can't win. The woke is here to stay. No, but the woke is not dead. We'll win in the end. We are winning. But the woke is dead nonsense is so fucking stupid. Also, I don't know if tomboys were specifically targeted. I'd have to look into that. I mean, I guess considering they were don't don't 100% line up with the gender ideology, the standard gender lines. So the trans ideology would push them more towards that.
Are back and freshly denazified. Others, like how long before Floyd Twitter finds out about her and calls everyone Hitler PDF incels for thinking she's attractive.
Please, it's funny.
She's very pretty. Jealous 400-pound Floyds will get mad. Which takes us to this tweet that reads, "Nothing will make a teen girl famous than being liked by..."
Wait, why? Internet racists?
And I apologize to all boyish girls for loosing their right-wing chuds on them with my Geo Scotty post. Speaking of this post, or loose
right-wing chud? I don't even know. I don't know what's happening.
Geo Scotty post. Speaking of this post, with machine translation doing its best to translate this from French, saying, unlike Geo Scotty, she fully embraces her role as racist Twitter's muse.
Where does the racism enter into this? And where do I sign up?
And as mentioned, there's another clip that Jasmine posted. We'll get to that one momentarily. And others writing, she's onto us. Abort, abort, shut it down. She's just a cute, feminine, sporty athlete who provokes no unceremly thoughts aside from marriage. However, others are not having it, saying things like she's already turned into an attention redacted and will be forgotten in 2 weeks just like the others. Of course.
Dude, I will say, let them grift a little. Come on. That's what you do. That's what you do when you blow up. You just kind of got to. You got to. Yeah, no. Go for it. Pretty cute and athletic, all equal racist. All right.
Attention redacted and will be forgotten in 2 weeks just like the others. Of course, there's also memes like this one posting a timeline of women on Twitter that have gone viral, which somehow would also offend somebody. This user writing, "Do men have anything better to do than objectify popular athletes or just conventionally attractive women?" Conversely, this guy,
I thought there's no such thing as conventionally attractive women, and beauty is totally subjective and all that.
Writing, "Just gonna shoot my shot here. Are you interested in dating with marriage in mind?" Another angry person would respond though, writing, "I feel bad for Jasmine. Like, this is genuinely so concerning, seeing her getting sexualized by internet losers."
Oh, boo-hoo.
On the flip side, this guy writing, "The fact that right-wing Twitter is drooling over this is disturbing. WW are so cucked that we want women to look like boys."
What's we? Oh, I guess we.
Tomboy posting would continue with this response reading, "Keep making the tomboys rich and famous until it comes back to normal level." And this one's saying,
psyop the tomboys.
and they don't make tomboy women like this anymore.
But they literally do.
On that note, others asking Jasmine to cosplay as Eevee from Stellar Blade Blood Rain. This account accusing her of being a plant, writing, "Elon's next biggest plant shit says 30K followers in less than a day." And this person,
Aspirationally equals racist? Yes. Tomboy equals racist.
just not happy about any of this, writing, "I feel bad for this girl already because she's going viral for all the wrong reasons.
Why?
And weirdos on Twitter are latching onto her." This user also unhappy, writing, "You y'all love to gas up mid-Fords."
Dude, obviously I hate feminism, but I also hate the I hate the actual misogynists. Foids is a massive warning sign. Like,
So unhappy.
Almost everyone who uses the word is a absolute weirdo. Like, maybe I just don't know the culture. Maybe I shouldn't overgeneralize like that. But a bunch of them at least. It's just they're the actual freaks who thinks women are responsible for all the world problems instead of most of them. You know. Void, it's a derogatory term for a female. I forget the origin of it, but yeah, it's basically like women aren't good for anything sort of thing. A lot of people use it ironically these days. Okay, hopefully, but I mean, for a while there, it's just like, nope. Anyone saying void is freak and probably Indian.
copywriting. Y'all love to
Okay, calling yourself a foid is different.
gas up mid-foids. Throughout all of the discourse, that would take us to the aforementioned clip that Jasmine would later go on to post, captioned, "Haha, guys, you make interesting memes with me. I only recently figured out X." The song originally in that clip was copyrighted, so I had to edit in an old school Hero Hey original. Been a while since I used that one. But I hope you guys appreciate the intense editing that was
You think feminism is responsible for all the ills in the world, but you don't need a special word for it? Well, just like we were talking about earlier, it's not, the feminism is not the root cause, just like the bottom 2% are not the root cause of society's ills. They're both useful tools for elites, if you want to put it that way, to fuck up society. Like, feminism was a psyop. The bottom 2% of society being set loose on society at large, psyop. So yeah, no fan of feminism. It has done massive damage, but it is a symptom, not the disease. Well, it's a disease too, but yeah, it's a symptom of a bigger disease.
Required of me to get this uploaded. And that does it for this thought-provoking story. Let me know what you think about the latest. Thank you for tuning in. Have a great weekend, and I'll see you in the next one.
People using to their advantage. Just learned foid today. You never heard of it until now. Must be a new word, like some of these new things. It's not 2026 new, but yeah, it's I don't know when it got popular or whatever, but it's yeah, it's a little sus. All right, peace. Like, comment, subscribe, all that. Yo. All right. Let's see if there's anything else we want to do here or high, and then we might go on to the I am curious about that one. We might do that later though. That one's interesting too. Yeah, you're out of touch. You're an out of touch unk. Oh dear. Yep, not interested in any of that. And here's someone I've never heard of, probably. VTuber crash outs, man. Did you see Painted Smiles? Who did that one? It sounds familiar, but I'm not sure. Unk status achieved. Not sure. And I'm not sure we're going to be checking out community stuff today, but I'll definitely keep it in mind. Oh, speaking of community stuff, though, I did want to check out some more Angel Sword entries. I know there were a few, so we might do that, but I'm not sure we'll be doing the songs and Skybro's songs tonight. Okay, give me a sec. Why are these gens trash? Yeah, there's usable. No. Okay. Some usable shit. Why is this scuffed? Okay. Damn. Yeah. Dropped it Monday. Nice. Let's see. That's frustrating. Give me one sec. I want to keep gens running because I'm on a deadline here. Why isn't this working? It clearly says everyone should have it. That's weird. I guess I can just do a important actually listen to prompt. Ooh, nice. Do I need more references? All right. Work this time. Got a gen before credit reset? No, I'm on unlimited, which unfortunately is going away, but I'm on unlimited on runway and gotta keep those gens going. But that one wasn't great. That one wasn't great. Hopefully that brief change there fixed it. Boom. Because yeah, we got 3 new Lyrian Chronicles videos. Do we do that? Do we do that? Ooh. Ooh, there's, oh man, we're just on a not racist series today, but like race based, like we're talking race on some of this stuff, and that's interesting. Yeah, Mentis Wave has 2 different ones here. Civil rights though, yeah. You can't run gens while watching YouTube. You have too many tabs open and don't want to close them. Damn. Hoping you can get Angel Sword vid done by deadline, but you're out of credits. Damn, man. Yeah. That sucks. Vote for watching submissions. Been too busy on Swarm Dev to do any vid work. When you're done, you should have an open source fork for OpenClaw. Not racist, race-ish. Interesting. Let's see. Yeah, we can watch the Angel Sword stuff then. Let me go ahead and close that. We can always reopen it. Let me drag that over here. Yeah, that looks interesting. Let's grab that one. Can't even think of what to do for your submission. You've got writer's block. That's unfortunate. Sorry to hear that. All right. Generous block. Let me just open the 3 we're going to watch. Let's do it in, let's try this order. That seems good. And yeah, I think it's just the 3. Yep, sounds good. You have plans for it, but even if you don't make it by the deadline, you'll do it because it's fun. Yeah. I probably will too. Like I had some ideas that I might not get around to because of other projects I'm working on. But yes, that's a good way to look at it. Like again, the contest for me isn't about money or anything like that. I just like that it's encouraging people to create stuff. I think that's really dang cool. All right. Anyway. Ahoy, we're going to be checking out a few more of the Angel Sword AI entries for the contest. We'll start off here with Dawn Halos. Lyrian Chronicles, Dawn Halo, Beacon of Dawn. Okay, good.
Holy fuck, this is God tier.
I descend through the clouds on wings of pure light. In into valleys of shadow where hope barely fights. I see the weary faces, the children grown thin, the wounded and broken, where pain has moved in. Every prayer that rises, I hear crystal clear. Every heart that is breaking draws me near. I see them, the ones
Pretty good. I like it so far.
with hands full of mercy. Through sorrow I've knelt. I offer the light that carry bestowed. Yet the weight of their suffering burdens my soul. Oh, how I wish I could heal
Oop.
it all.
That was a bit of a rough cut, but other than that, like, this has been very competent. Everything's working. Gens look good. Editing is good in that it's like barely noticeable. Like, it's smooth. It's clean. That wasn't though. I just want to check, like,
I could
if it's intentional or not. If it's doing anything, because I want to make sure.
I wish I could heal
Because it does sync up with like the wing thing, but it's still jarring.
it all.
Not huge, minor thing. Ooh, I like the multicolored wings there through the sun.
In the fields they struggle as the crops fade away. In the streets I watch mothers who silently pray. I lay hands on the fevered, I shield them from harm. Yet tomorrow brings new wounds, new cause for alarm. I walk among them, wings folded in grace, trying to brighten this sorrowful place. I see them, the ones
That's a cool shot.
with open heart and open hands. I give of myself,
Whoa.
but the world keeps on turning with so much to mend. And I carry their tears like an endless lament.
Hey.
Still I walk, still I give, still I see. If only one life could shine
Ooh.
a bit brighter, if
I like the mix up there.
presence could make the load lighter. I'll stay until the last prayer is heard. Even if my light dims, I'll never turn away.
Jeez. Dang.
I see them, all those who need help.
Wings in the coat, yeah.
Through every trial and every tear that is felt, I am here in their midst. A
Ship got an
beacon
upgrade,
so
yeah.
an angel who walks with and stands beside you.
Visuals and lyrics, yeah. Yeah, that was clean. Nice ship. Hell yeah. Alrighty, you know the thing, like, comment, and subscribe. Nice work. Peace. Ahoy. Next up, we got another entry for the Angel Sword, Lyrian Chronicles, AI Competition. Not familiar with this guy. Jabbering Jake. 11 subscribers. And I always like to see when I remember, just so I can see how, like, what metric I should judge on, how familiar they are with stuff. He's been doing AI stuff, but those are all shorter. So just to keep in context, yeah, I'm not seeing any. So yeah, this is probably his first video, basically his first full video. So we'll keep that in mind. 2 thumbnails at the bottom. What'd I miss? Oh, these 2? Is that what you mean? Or my story is super awesome, and my MC OC do not steal it. Powerful, most powerful. Yep. Oh, the choking ones, yeah. Banger first vids though. Yeah. I just like to know for if I'm gonna, if it's not good and if I'm gonna be critical of it, like, it is important to keep in mind that it's the first vid. So anyway, let's see what we got here.
Hello, adventurer.
Okay, first off, aspect ratio. Yeah, I said I wasn't. Well, actually, I didn't. Because this one's an easy fix. Like, that's what I like to do. When we're seeing someone who's doing a first video, is focus, like, if you're going to give critique, focus on the stuff that's very easy to fix. And this one's very easy to fix. Just make sure you're genning in the proper aspect ratio. Hopefully we'll see. Yeah, it looks like you gen the entire thing in this. Oh, nope. It does shift there towards the middle. I was going to say that's almost better if it's at least consistent. But yeah, so just make sure you're genning in the proper aspect ratio here, and things will look a lot better.
Hello, adventurer.
Adventurer? I'm Saint Jeanette de Belle. You don't recognize me?
Afraid not. We get plenty of new faces around here. Do you want to join? Now that you joined the guild, let's see what you can do! We have a simple monster for you to defeat!
If I must. Behold the power of God's hammer!
What the hell was that? Get back here and fix this! Who is that? That's my mom!
Leaflet! Get back here! You have to come home eventually! Hang on!
My mom is going to be so mad when I get home.
Hey, it truly is a wonderful thing.
Look out!
Stay behind me! My virtual arc system terrain's in front!
Oh, Leafly! I'm glad you're all right! Mom! Mom!
Hazel? What are you doing here?
I'm here to bring you home. Dad's gonna bring us back. It was fun. Come back again.
Okay, shot and setting consistency need work, and yeah, switching between models. The earlier stuff was probably only being able to get 480p. Aspect ratio is annoying, especially when you literally have it set for 16:9. Don't realize the one that came out perfect somehow switched to 3:4. Glad you're not using Grok anymore. Yeah, Grok can be a little weird. So yeah, that was fun. I liked the tone and everything. Again, there's some easy fixes that could be done there. Aspect ratio is a big one. Make sure your story is consistent. Like there were things that just didn't feel 100% tonally, or I don't know. I think some of the cuts could have been a little better. They felt a little awkward, and you're not exactly telling the story as well as it could be done. A cute first vid, yeah, no, it was good, and it did pull together the full story. Like it's clear what is going on for the most part, but some of them start kind of in the wrong place or something. You have minor style consistency issues. Like she looks different there than elsewhere. Voices are inconsistent. That one can just be hard to deal with in general. We saw some fixes the first video for sure. But yeah, so that was a rough transit. Well, there wasn't really one. It just cut from one scene to another, and she kind of lands twice. So on something like that, like if you can get that starting of the scene a little bit more clear and fade to it or something, some sort of transition there would have helped there. But yeah, for a first project, pretty good. Again, you told a story. You largely kept style consistency. Again, there were some issues, environment, like, yeah, and again, especially considering you used at least two different models, probably two different models, it's like fairly good actually. But yeah, and I mean, I think if you keep going and if you learn from it, there's definitely you can do cool shit. But yeah, the two models and aspect ratio is a little rough there. Like I said, voices are rough. That one's a little harder to deal with. Anyway, but yeah, no, that was good. Like, comment, and subscribe. I'll even drop that one. Hell, I'll subscribe. We'll keep an eye on you. Yep. Anyway, anyone who's interested can go check out them over there. Alrighty, thanks for watching. Peace. Story clarity was good, but probably hasn't learned to try to stick it to a single gen engine unless they've got the editing skills to make it work. Try to stick to a single gen engine unless they're good at mixing it all together. Yeah. Voices could be added in post. Yes. Just excited to see their work coming to life and was too excited to notice some things. Yeah. Oh, I should have mentioned that in the full vid, like before I ended it. But that's another big tip I like to do. I like to give is it's one of the most important is watch through your own stuff. Like when you think you're done, watch through your own stuff and make sure it looks good to you. Like try to come into it with a fresh mind, look it over, and maybe you'll see some stuff and be like, okay, we got to change that. That doesn't work how I wanted it to. Models of characters are really good. Yeah, no, it's pretty good. Use a text to voice, pick specific voice models, then slid it in when you are editing. Yeah. Wait a few days. Yep. Okay, I'll check that out later, Arkham. Wings have swapped colors. Yeah, there was some swapping of things too, but again, for the most part it was surprisingly consistent considering what they were using, and some of the less sophisticated aspects of it. It was relatively consistent. All right, that's that one. Oh boy, we are checking out Voice Far Realm, Crow's Lullaby. This one was from 2 weeks ago, but it was not initially tagged with the hashtag, so I didn't find it. They actually reached out to see if I'd seen their video. I've seen some of their other stuff. They do good work. But yeah, so anyway, now they're visible. Heck yeah. Let's go ahead and check it out. Again, people have been doing crazy cool stuff with the contest. Let's go see what this one is. Ooh. Dang. Lullaby? Lullaby. Oh, that's what it's called. I thought it was like lullaby. What the heck's a lullaby? Crow's lullaby.
No hollow heart, lay a weary warband down. Ash drifts over broken steel, snow on a burning.
This is good though. Might be a typo. It's in title and the title on the screen though, but yeah, it probably is just a typo. But yeah, this is cool. This has been my experience with his other stuff too. Like he nails the audio. Bro, the typo goes hard. He nails the audio. Like the audio goes super hard and carries a lot. Super thematic.
Snow on a burning town. Once you sang in summer fields, red thread in your braided hair. Now the crows keep tally where you learned your prayers. Sleep, my child of embered bone. Dream of roads you walked alone.
Damn.
All the names you could not save curl like smoke above their graves. Sleep, my wolf, my child, my crow. The night will know.
Huh. Lullaby is correct, you're saying? Never heard it.
Every promise you let go. Wine-stained wooden table, 3 cups, only one hand shakes. Cards turned face down, empty chairs, ghosts at every place. Cold moon on your shoulder, silver on a hunter's sin. Wash your blade in river black, hope it can't seep in.
Damn. Ooh.
My child of embered bone. Dream of roads you walked alone. All the names you could not save curl like smoke above their graves. Will know every promise you let go. Scars beside your sword, let the dark unbind your teeth. Sleep, my child of embered.
How many entries really hitting those dark feels? Yeah.
Dream of roads you walked alone. All the names you could not save curl like smoke above their graves. Sleep, my wolf, my child, my crow, till red skies pale. Rest inside your own worn tale. Sleep now, my child.
Well, dang. All right. You know the thing, like, comment, and subscribe. I'll go ahead and drop that there as well. Good stuff. Let's see. I almost hate to criticize stuff because it was so freaking packed with feeling. But we do that, and I think he appreciates that as well. Things have improved a fair bit. This is like initially, again, okay, first things, the good parts. I don't even know how he does it with the audio. Like it's simple, but it packs so much like emotion in there and stuff. Like it's really crazy, like how hard he consistently gets the audio to carry. But yeah, visuals are improving. I personally still say they're a little flat. Again, this is coming a long way, definitely moving in the right direction. There were some cool shots. A lot of it, and part of it is just it's a slower song, so you are going to want slower movement, but you could have just a bit more dynamic camera work probably. A lot of it was just like front framing, close-ups, and again, some of that is just going to be because of the slow song, but it just feels a little static. There's not much movement. There's not much dynamics. Again, it doesn't necessarily detract, but similar to some of your other stuff, it doesn't add a whole lot. This one's adding more because you do have a bunch of these emotional shots and the flame and stuff, but the actual animations itself, in my opinion, could still be a bit more dynamic, if that makes sense. Like, no camera panning, maybe he didn't know about that, something like that. But yeah, I wish I could be a little bit more useful, because this is just like a feeling I'm going off of. But yeah, like, your camera is just way too static is one of the big issues here. There's not a whole lot going on, which is going to make it feel flat. Like you've got a pullback here. That's pretty cool. But yeah.
Thread in your braided hair. Now the crows keep tally where you learned your prayers. Sleep.
But yeah, see that just because the camera's moving, this part feels more dynamic than everything else. You could also combine something like this. Who did this? Anyone I know that I can help them learn camera movements and angles. I did link it, so it should be up right up above in chat. But this is a Voice Far Realm. But yeah. Oh yeah, just if you combine camera movement with character movement, so I'm not sure if this is something you'd want for the scene, but for example, like he could fall to his knees as the camera's zooming out or something there, or like if he had a sword with him, I mean, I guess he's got one on its thing, but yeah, if you wanted him still to be standing, he could like thrust the sword into the ground or something, some bit of character movement here as well as the camera movement, and you've got a really interesting eye-catching scene here. Hey, Nightway, how's it going? Camera movement is almost more important than the action shown. Yeah, Nightway is really good at that.
Where you learned your prayers.
But yeah, so like again, this is good. If you also combine it with some sort of character movement, it's good. Everything else, for the most part, is really static. But again, thankfully, you're really good at the musical side of things. So this still works. Like if the music had also been flat, this would be a pretty boring video.
Every promise you let go.
But yeah, so that would be my main criticism is you need a lot more camera variety. At the very least, slow panning camera orbits make everything look a little better. Yeah.
Lay your scars beside your sword, let the dark
And someone in chat pointed this out. You occasionally have GPT is really good, but you will occasionally get like some of that shiny stuff. There was another scene on the environment. That one's not super bad, but I think like somewhere in the town, you had a bit of it too. So just make sure you're not having the gens where you've got a bunch of that shiny stuff, the pointillism. I'm not seeing it on the brief skim through, but you had a couple where it shows up. But yeah, no, it's a good video, but if we're looking to improve, I'd focus on cameras, and possibly they're not bad, but the character, I like the clothing style. The face and skin might be a little simplistic. Like if you get a just mix up the style a little bit more and make it a little bit more interesting. I know that's generic advice, make it more interesting, but you could do a bit more with the character designs. And I think this is also 480p. Are you still doing it in Grok? Honest, dude, I think this is Grok. That's you can do cool stuff with Grok, but it's gotten a lot harder. Speaking of Nightway being good at stuff, Nightway cooks in Grok too. But so yeah, for Grok, this is actually quite good. Just make a better video, retard. Yes, no, but for like, I just realized that probably the 480p is probably Grok, and yeah, so I'm gonna have to take back some of my stuff here and say like, okay. Again, you can do good stuff in Grok, but it's a little harder. You can still do in Grok, but you can upscale to 720 in Grok as well. That's a good point. You can upscale in 480 Grok to 720, so you can still get better resolution here too. But yeah, no, I just realized 480 means this is Grok, and that does mean this is better considering what tools you're using. Again, all the stuff I was saying still holds. You can do cameras in Grok, you can do the other stuff, and you can upscale to 720p. And you have been using GPT, so you can still put better characters in there too, character references in there too, if that's something you want to mix up the style a bit too. And you can even combine too. You can go Grok to ChatGPT or ChatGPT to Grok. Like, so GPT is going to give you more detail and more control on a lot of things. Some people say you can't do style. It sometimes does style lock in ways you don't want, but I've still come up with a lot of interesting styles in GPT. But anyway, Grok is a little bit more freeform. So if you want like a specific style and can't get it in GPT just because you're not used to working with it, you can take a high quality image with a lot of detail, gen that in GPT, then go to Grok and put a style on it that you like. And if you can replicate that process, you can just do that with all the reference images you want, and you'll have style consistency as well. That's just an example. Again, you could do it the other way too. I'm not sure what exactly that would give you. I guess just you could use GPT to upscale or something like that with a stylized Grok image. But anyway, mess around with the two different models a bit and put those into Grok, and then upscale the final result and prompt for more camera movement and stuff like that, and that will make a big difference. Make them become haggard as the song goes on to show the endless weight wearing on the character as the song progresses. In Seed Dance, there's literally no point in doing 480 over 720, literally no credit price change. Yeah, this was, I believe, Grok, though. I'm guessing. Recommendation if you don't have hardware, GPT to Grok for animation. Yeah, yep. All right, anyway, but yeah, like I said, still really good video. The song's awesome. The feel is still good. Just that flatness is my my main complaint there. But yeah, no, that's some good stuff. And yeah, keep on going. Again, you're moving in the right direction. That's for sure. That's for sure. Thanks for watching. Like, comment, and subscribe. Peace. All right. Yeah, so we covered all the new ones. Nice. Nice work. Yeah, no, that's good. Probably, but just a funny thing you noticed trying out Seed Dance. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's 0 credit change but yeah, there's some ones where it song rocks. Yeah, there's some ones where it just doesn't change things. All right. Do we finally go over to the thingy? Anyway, I will be right back. Gonna go grab some more water. Ahoy, we're back. Hydrate or dihydrate. Varieties of angles and framing would improve it. Yeah. Would be careful adding too much camera movement with such a slow emotional tone. No, you can 100% do like, you're right that angles and framing would help, but you can absolutely do camera movement as long as it's slow and matches the tone as well. Like, you can absolutely have a slow, like Nightway said, slow orbit would absolutely sell that. Slow cameras then increase the amount of dynamic shadows and lighting, low underlighting where needed, etc. Yep. Brother Pocket dropped his new video. I'll probably, let me make a note of that. But yeah, I know some people have been releasing videos. But again, I just wanted to check out, and chat wanted to check out Angel Sword contest entries as well. But I'm not actually doing the song reacts here tonight. But yeah, I'll make a note of you and Dot Pocket just to make sure I get you guys too. Where are we? I have way too many things. Thingies. There we go. That's a good place. Let's see. Dot Pocket. Yeah, I'll make a full react list later. Man, your last song was like 90% slow Brits. Heck yeah. Oh man. I got so many things to do, man. Nightway knows. But yeah, so many things to do, and it's so much to do, so little time. It's a little bit much. And I have a podcast tomorrow. Do I have other stuff tomorrow? Podcast. I'm glad it's the weekend, but yeah, podcast tomorrow. One shot Lyrian Chronicles game Sunday, meeting Sunday. I'll try to meet tomorrow as well. Monday is side scrollers, and I have the project to work on, and I want to get the tutorial video out there. I'm hoping I can finish that up as well. And I'd love to rig up with RFab, I'd love to rig up a actual VTuber model as well. So I've got like 3 or 4 different projects I need to do. I've got various frickin' collabs each day, and culminating in side scrollers Monday. So, and I need to fit in a bunch of work on projects around that. You would make a suggestion for a music video to react to, but it seems you're pretty backlogged. Are you in my Discord? It is pinned as well, so if you're not, you can jump over there. I'm not super active there, but I am trying to improve on that. But as I was just saying, I'm very busy as well. But yeah, you can drop that in. There's a stream suggestions subcategory in the Discord as well, and I will try to get to it at some point. Last vid tripped you out, Nightway. You're also scared for the one with that one scene you shared. Lyrian Chronicles game sounds fun. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I've got a couple lined up. It just kind of happened. I'm glad it's taken off. Like, I'm glad people are reaching out, showing interest in sharing the game. I'm glad more people are interested in getting involved. It's really cool. But yeah, so I've got a one shot on Sunday evening, and I should check that date. I think it's like a week or so. So is it? I'll need to check the date, but there's a one. Oh no, I think that got pushed all the way up to next month, which is good. But yeah, maybe the 6th or something. I don't know. I'll have to look up the date. But yeah, I've got another one there, and potentially I'll actually be in one that Leaf's DMing. That could be pretty dang cool. Oh, the other song's still under time constraints with the contest before you get around to that video. Yep, a lot of time constraints. Super busy schedule. Yep. Who shows up pretty regularly? Anyway, I think we do just move over. That's interesting too. B-Day Keen stream? What? Who said anything about that? My digital B-Day. Oh, in my Discord? I should show up more. But yeah, I try. I get what you're saying. And where's this B-Day stuff coming from? What? And my digital B-Day, like when I started my account and stuff, is in November. So, yep, we're a ways off. Alrighty. But yeah, let's go ahead and again, we were showing Join to this. What's this thing about weirdos? Oh, I need to redo the rules too. Like we've had a couple drama. None of it was really okay. One of it was in my Discord, but yeah, I should redo the rules. Like I said, I don't touch Discord. Well, okay, I do hang out there sometimes, but I haven't been up on updating everything. So I should fix the bots and stuff. The bots aren't doing their job. My mod was supposed to do that but didn't, and then I should just delete those older posts, set up some actual rules. But yeah, I'm pretty casual on the whole Discord thing, so yeah, don't worry about it. That's old news. Old news on the Discord there. I'll fix it later. Oh, birth of my new model. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's gonna be just like this. Like I'm very happy with these gens on this prompt. So I just take this. Well, I take the reference image. This was it's nice being oblivious to drama. Yes, I'm glad you'll drop some music video suggestions in there. Yep. So it's the stream suggestions, and just make sure it's stream safe. Like, so no DMCA stuff, no copyrighted stuff. So also VTuber redebut. I used to be a VTuber before my computer melted down, unfortunately. And I do miss, I like honestly, this one art-wise, this looks better than my old Vroid model. But I miss the interactivity. Like, I miss actually being able to have it translate facial expressions and movements and all that. So I'm looking forward to if I can get that working. You like them both? Nice. Nightwave Fantasy does amazing work. But yeah, so if you are dropping suggestions, just make sure they are stuff I can watch on stream. Thank you. You can just run an image into RFAB program and it'll rig it into the model. It's rough. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not sure how interesting this will be to people, but let's actually watch the most VTubers graduate from tubing. Keen dropped out of school. Let's see. Home tuber studio tutorial. So yeah, we'll actually watch the tutorial on stream. I haven't seen this. I need to see it. What don't you want? The naked yoga videos. Stream it working at RFAB. I won't do it. I won't do that part live. But I will watch the tutorial to see. So we go through and see what it means. All right. So yeah. Let's check out the RFAB tutorial. And I did mess around a little bit, but I didn't get it finalized because the tutorial was not up at that point, and it was pretty scuffed. Like, it's still a work in progress site. Hey, Leaflet, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I hope you had a good one. Hey, Grumpy, how's it going? Yeah, welcome, Raiders. Thank you as always. Appreciate it. How we doing? Leaflet rating. Yep. It do be like that. Yeah, funny timing too. We were actually just gonna talk about, well, we were talking about it, and gonna go watch the tutorial because people were curious about how the rigging works, and I have not finalized it yet myself. I messed around with it a little bit before the tutorial was out, and there was some scuff. Stream crashed. The boat was a ghost ship. What? Leaf stream crashed? Wait one sec here. Welcome, Raiders, indeed. So yeah, let me see the end of Leaf's stream here. Oh, yep, I'm seeing reactives go down. That was just her loading. Yeah, it's looking like, yeah, it just ends. It just ends. Rough. Show that on stream here. So yeah, we've got 355, 30, but 355, 40 out of 51. So yeah, 11 seconds stream just ends, it looks like.
I'm only gonna survive
Oh, yep. We're oof.
I can't bloodshed you for
Leaf, what is your computer doing now?
Well, she's probably gonna run away.
Oh no.
Yeah. Pitt's next. He hits decently hard.
Wait, is it? Oh. Okay, so it's yep. Discord crash? I'm confused.
No, it's fucking up even without Discord.
Oh.
Wow, what the heck? Yeah, I don't know. I've never had this happen before.
That's weird.
Wait.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. There, we got like 10 seconds here.
Oh, yeah. Listen to the stream. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. It's weird. Let me try.
Oh, Leaf's still on the backup PC? Oh, she tried something. Dude, I've been there. Oh, let me try something. And it all goes down. Ouch. Let me try something. Famous last words. R.I.P. R.I.P. Leaf stream. Ouch. Yeah, I thought that it sounded like it had gotten fixed really quickly, but I guess not. I guess she's still on the backup PC. Rough. All right. Famous last words. Dude, I killed my computer by just turning it off. That's not good. The model is the TTRPG model. Yep. She did fix it. I don't know. I'm just saying it sounded like it got fixed pretty quickly, but I could be wrong. I'm trying the RFAB maker now. All right, I will say definitely watch the tutorial, because again, I'd gotten some scuffed results. I think it is important to know what you're doing going in. Okay. What is we got a 480p resolution here. All right. But yeah, anyway, people ask, so we're gonna check out the tutorial here just to see the process of making a rigged VTuber through RFAB.
Hey guys, today we are going to go over how to make the VTuber thing, because a lot of people have been doing this and having some issues with it.
Yes.
Mostly because they think it's just like going to automatically happen without them putting in any effort, and it actually requires a decent amount of effort by you, the human, for it to come out looking well. I swear, being a near solo dev on this project...
We're all becoming VTubers, heck yeah.
You've got to swim! Kick with your legs!
No, like I say, real talk. Anyone who does want to, and again, there are simpler ways than this. You don't have to even jump into a full rigged model. You can do what I'm doing with a GIF tuber. You can just PNG tube. They won't be as interactive as a full VTuber, but point is, barrier for entry is practically non-existent. Some people don't realize that. So I always like to say, if there's anyone out there interested in streaming, you just do it. You can just do things.
I can't kick you, just have to save me. I need your help. No, you just have to save me.
So go to RFAB, go to the VTuber studio. Instead of, well, we'll do one from scratch.
I'm just curious. Yeah, it's probably a public-facing email too, but I've mentioned this and I thought it was going to be fixed, but like RFAB just shows your email address right there, which is unfortunate. So you have to be careful not to dox yourself.
To the VTuber studio. Instead of, well, we'll do one from scratch. So we click on the Pro Model pathway, and you can easily import an image from the
Tells it a VTuber instead of VTuber model.
This one is just like if you don't want to put a lot of thought into it. What I'm going to start with is, let's say, the most cliche one ever, a girl.
Oh, good. I'm glad he didn't say like pirate. How funny would that be? Just catching strays. Oh, girl with fox ears.
Style here and everything like that. Note, you have to think through how this pathway actually works to understand what you can make with it. We basically are extracting all the features of the face and then separating them into different layers and then applying standard meshes to them. So if you try to do something super non-standard, like a face that's a very different shape from a normal...
Or has an eye patch. I think that was one of the issues I was running into. It kept wanting to... it wasn't letting me do just one eye. I'm not sure the best way to do that. Hopefully he touches on some of the more anomalous ones here. But there were other issues I was having too. So hopefully this will clear some stuff up. And then we'll get to the civil rights stuff after this.
Face or an eye patch or something like that, we're not going to be able to handle them in a standardized format, and it's not going
Person
to
is the VTuber. Yeah.
See, it's generating the character here. In case you're wondering, the default model we use for this is Nano Banana, but obviously you can choose your own model. If you want to do something not safe for work, you can also do that with the model generation. I haven't built boob physics into this because
the NSFW stuff is not my thing, and I'm not sure why he pushes it so hard, but hey, whatever. I mean, I guess people do like the uncensored stuff, but I don't know. It's not a sales pitch for me, but I guess there's not a whole lot of models online that let you do the full NSFW no guardrail stuff, so I guess there's a market. Make the eye patch blink. You plan on it? What, becoming VTuber? Never considered it before. A specific pirate said we can do it, and not too long after his Skybros intro. Hell yeah. Seems he thinks any of us can just do it. Yeah, again, it's probably gonna be scuffed at first unless you're a natural. It's gonna be cringe, but you can do it, and if you enjoy it, if it's something you're passionate about, you can keep doing it, and you will likely improve, unless you suck.
frankly, I got a little bored of developing on this feature, and I went and developed the anime dubbing feature, which is live now, by the way, if you want to use it. It should be intuitive, but I'll make tutorials for everything. So, some notes when you see this character generated, because it's important that you guys use common sense. So what do you notice about this image? Like, what's going to be a problem about this image?
Yeah, I know. I've heard local can do it, of course, but for actual online stuff, I don't know how many there are, because again, it's not something I look for.
Are the ears partially off screen at the top? Yes. So does that...
He believes that people can just do things. I think it's an important mindset to have at the very least. You can at least try to do things, that's for sure.
That mean the ears will be cut off a little bit? Yes. Could you regenerate? Yes. I don't really care. I'm just doing this as a tutorial, but I'm just making sure that like you're aware of that. So I go to Start Guided Layer Builder. And what it's doing here is it's going through and it's extracting all the features using a few different systems.
Local's hardware dependent.
Right, so this is the first important step here. You can see that it has given me a blank. This is what it's going to be putting everything on top of. You need to make absolutely sure that this has no ears and no facial features. If it does, you can reroll.
And for me, it wanted to give me the hat and eye sash, and I forget if the beard was over. Oh yeah, that was another thing. Like the beard was having issues. And what is this Malcolm doing? He's doing a tutorial for his site's VTuber AI rigging. But if you never try, you can never fail. That's how that works, right? Yes, and obviously the goal in life is to not fail. It's not to win. It's not to do cool shit. It's not to make the world a better place. It's to not lose. You get it. What's the site? rfab.ai. It's Malcolm of Basecamp's site. He's doing cool shit.
We have a special reroll pathway for furry characters where you might run into some problems. Now, again, here is one of the most important stages. You need to make sure that the face is selected with this red mask and nothing else is...
I don't even remember seeing this one.
Selected with
Maybe this is a different version than when I was trying.
Useful thing you can also do to make sure nothing below the face
is
selected accidentally.
I see. Weird. I'm not sure this was highlight. Maybe that was part of the problem. It didn't highlight anything automatically. Yeah, I do remember the screen now.
Just move this up to be right under the chin. Some tools you can use when doing this are things like
See you, Nightway.
Wand selector, a drawing feature, erasing feature, really everything.
Learned so much more from failure than you ever did in school. Yep. Basecamp from today, they had Kirsha on. I saw that pop up somewhere, but no, I have not seen it. I probably saw it pop up on Twitter, but I have not seen it. Maybe we'll check it out.
You could want here. Now, here's a pop-up I made because people were not reviewing every layer.
It was great, nice.
Every layer. or this will not work for you. So first, what we're doing here is the neck painter. So you see right here how this
was also scuffed for me. The neck painter was weird. Yep.
That's not part of the neck. And then it's, oh, and we need to redraw part of the neck here, so when the face moves, it doesn't look like the neck disappeared. So I got a little dropper tool for you here. You select, okay, that's right next to the neck. And then
yeah, this will be handy because, again, it was pretty dang scuffed in various ways. So it'll be interesting to see what he comes up with here.
Automatically turns on.
See a squirrel?
And I just paint myself a little stump here. And note, we have a blender and everything that you might want to use for this section, but right now, just quickly painting that. I click save and close here, okay? And you see, oh, we see the neck now. But oh, look at all these other components I need to check. So first, eyebrows. I can choose, do I want to select it myself or do I want to use the one that was extracted? Oh, the one that was extracted is really nice because it even extracted a bit below the hair. So it's strictly better than one I could draw myself. Again, the one that's extracted is really nice. Here, I don't know about the nose it extracted here. I think I'm going to choose my own nose. So I'm going to go to edit here. That's a bit more than what I actually need for the nose. I just need the stuff that is distinctly a nose, which is just this part down here. And then the mouth. This one is very, very important, okay? So it's auto saying, okay, we should probably use the mask, but could the mask be a bit larger? I'm just going to auto expand it a little bit. You know, I can auto expand it about as much as I want until it interferes with the nose. So look right there, that's great. And then I go.
Yeah, this is going to be useful.
Here. Oh, look at this right here on the right. You see, it includes a human ear.
Get him out of here! Get him out of here!
Even though it's technically in the original image. So what I'm going to do is...
That's cool too, because building it gave more layer information, because I don't think the ears are visible. So using that I wonder if it builds it if you put an image in too. I'm going to choose my own nose. Pulls nose off.
I just erase.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Say, I don't want those ears. I just want...
But yeah, like I said, hopefully I can get this working, because that would be pretty cool to have for side scrollers. And yeah, hopefully I can get it done in time too. I've got so many other things going on.
The animal ears. And so then I click save and continue. No, you can do that erasure at a later stage as well if you want. And now for the head. This is a blank head we created. If you use this, you probably want to shave down the top a bit. You do that at the last stage. But I've actually come to kind of like these heads a bit more, so I'm going to choose that. Because I don't need to cut.
You find it creepy when they don't also have human ears? It's context. Like, I kind of know what you mean, but also like, I know a bunch of people who don't like having human ears as part of their model, and I get that as well. I think it's fine. I think the middle ground is to not have ears because they're hidden. Like, that's the solution. Like, just not having anything on the side of your head is weird. I agree, but that's why you have like longer hair or something. You have longer hair to cover where the ears would be. And then they're just not, and then you just don't see them. So you can think they're there, you can think they're not there. You just don't have to think about it, and you just have the animal ears. So what happens if you just mask out one of your eyes then? I don't know. I forget what exact issue I was having with it, but it kept trying to put stuff in there. I think one thing is the erase tool was actually like erasing part of the face too or something. It was doing some weird stuff. You want to try to get one together for Tuesday night? Oh, yeah. Your streams. You like using headphones to hide human ears? Yeah, people do that. It's pretty good. You think it's weird when they have both? Yeah, I lean more in that direction. If it's hidden, it's fine. If you have really short hair and nothing there, then it becomes weird. Yeah, I can see that too, though. Or the base of the ears reach down to where normal ears is. That's an interesting point. That would be kind of weird looking. But yeah, you could have like the animal ears start down low on the side of the head and reach up. That would be more like a bunny ear thing or something, maybe.
Down the top of the head at the last stage. And then for the hair, this all looks good to me, and so I click lock in for eye construction. Now, here what it's asking is the hair over one of the eyes? This basically redraws the eye. If so, I only suggest using it if you absolutely have to. In edge cases, just ignore it because it adds a bunch of steps, because you basically have to recreate the face without the hair.
Okay, so we're just going to do hair is not blocking and ignore it, I think, hopefully. Unless your lore involves some kind of midlife mutation. Having both doesn't make sense. Just have one big ear that surrounds the face, like come out the back of the head and it's a big dish. Oh man. And why are we talking ears?
Here. So at this stage, I am drawing around the eye. We're basically cutting out the eyes here. So let's increase this a little bit and draw a little bit more here. That one looks good. That one looks good. And then here it's, let's make sure we get the interior of the eyes. And did it accidentally select too much? This is a really good draw this time.
That does look good.
But look, it looks good, but that would end up looking really awkward because it accidentally got part of the black of the eye too.
Gotcha.
This is all down here. Got part of the black of the eye. And it's okay if you're a little too aggressive and you go in, because we're just going to be putting a white back there again, algorithmically.
I'm all ears.
This black part here, and it would have looked terrible. All right, so now I click accept here. Note, this happens sometimes. We can't figure out what caused this bug. We've tried forever. I may have just fixed it, but even if I haven't just fixed it, if you just ignore it, the selections are actually in the right place. It's just a graphical error in how it's represented to you. Now we are only capturing the pupil here. And depending on how you're redrawing the pupil, you can be a bit messy with how you capture the top of it. You see right here, I'm being very messy because we're going to do a mirror redraw, so it's not so important that I actually get all the top of it.
Gotcha.
I click accept math.
I think that one was giving me trouble too. Like, again, the site is work in progress, and so even just aside from the having to know what you're doing, and I got most of this part right, but there are some issues that were not working, like the mirror redraw. I forget if it wasn't even letting me try or was only doing it was just having issues.
And now we go to the next stage. So we're doing a mirrored flip here, which means I just put this in the middle, and then it's going to draw the bottom half to the top half. And it's a good way to reconstruct the entire eye, because most of the time the pupil and iris are partially covered by the top of the eyelid. Yep. And so you see it flipped them and created full eyes so that when you look down, your eye isn't partially off screen or something. And that's the mirror flip button. There's some other flip buttons here that reconstructed in different ways. Experiment with them if you want, but you actually need to experiment with them to figure out.
I wonder if he's going to get into...
You see how I made a mistake here and it accidentally captured...
I wonder if he's going to get into live 2D processing too as part of this video, hopefully.
For the left eye blink. We'll just erase that at a later stage. If I click accept. Now this is important here. I'm going to go down and hit save. Well, it auto-saves, but in case it doesn't auto-save, you hit save so you can load up this stage again. And you don't need to do all this again. You don't need to spend the tokens again. Here I can check some things like blinking and left versus right. But remember, the blink it captured was wrong. So what I need to do here is click on the...
Yeah, this is good info.
Right? Click eraser on. Give me a larger brush and erase that mistake.
Okay.
See, even when the system makes mistakes.
And I wonder, is there an option to import? It doesn't look like it. Because it'd be nice if the stumpy neck thing was a little weird, and it'd be nice if you could actually generate a model layer with a headless AI model and then put that in there instead.
Even when the
but
system
I don't
makes
think
mistakes, you can still get this working. Some of the regenerate steps here work, some of them don't. Expand a full body works, create new outfit works, but create new outfit at the same time as expand new body does not work. But the important thing
is... And I don't know if that is an additional new clothing or not, because that would be kind of cool option to play around with different clothing options while you're creating the model. All in one.
To generate the blush layer, which you can do right here. And drawing the mouth, which you can do right here. And then generate the A shape. This will generate your mouth for you. Okay. Now, you see here where it says accept and clean up? You have to clean up the blush. I don't know why it does this, and frankly, I'm too lazy to fix this because it's so easy to fix manually. You just go through and you go, is that where blush should be applied? No. And for whatever reason, it applies it all around the outside of the face. So you just got to draw it off all around the outside of the face in these weird ear blush things. And when you remove this mask right here, fix that mask, and now I have a blush layer, which will come up. But uh-oh, look, the blush is over her eyes.
What?
It's not in the right position. So, what do we do to get the blush in the right position? We have to move the blush layer's y-axis here. So you see, I'm moving it down. And you can also do this with the front hair. Sometimes it needs to be moved up a little to be in the right position. So you do that there. Okay. So here we are doing the mouth. You're basically drawing a mouth socket just like you did those eye sockets earlier. So you get a big old drawer here and you draw on the mouth. And then over here, you got to draw just inside. And if you get it wrong, it's not going to look nice, is it? So you got to be very careful. Or of course use the magic select tool, but that takes a while to load and doesn't always work perfectly. So I think it's often better just to hand draw these things. A note here, it looks like it's off. It doesn't matter. It will still get the mouth right. I do not know what causes that bug, but you see it still got the mouse right. And I click Save Layers. And so now I want to open this in Cubism Editor. Now, you don't need to have the paid version of Cubism Editor. No, you'll see an extra button here. This is something that I am working on fixing right now to make an even more advanced Cubism Editor. But click Animal here because it has animal ears. And then I click Fully Rigged CMO. So now I've got to open the Cubism Editor. Now, obviously, you can click through on how to download it, but it's a free download.
Start doing the
like this.
soft talk like Bob Ross, yeah.
Oh, I'm just gonna do active art. I just want to be in the RFAB video instead, since I what the first RFAB video that you made.
You want to know how to make a VTuber avatar?
Yeah, with RFAB, and because I want to have AI to help make my YouTube channel, and I can if I do not know RFAB.
You are a closer, and I love you, buddy.
So if I know RFAB, then the AIs can help me.
All right. So as you can see, I uploaded this.
Putting those kids to work.
Parameters here. You can even experiment a bit here to be like, okay, what happens when I turn the head? Oh, that's what turning the head looks like. I've got to make the ears move more when the head turns. Again, things I can fix. This is also why it's good to save the layers of your models, because if you're using a model and then you try exporting it 2 weeks later or something like that, I've likely made a number of improvements to the logic of how we handle the rigging. Up and down.
Gonna make a salesman out of that kid, yep.
Here. And so now what we're gonna do
What was the
is,
up and down?
And then it's to the logic of how we handle the rigging. Up and down. And then eye movement here. And so now what we're gonna do is we go to the modeling button here. You see the modeling button? And then you go to Edit Texture Atlas. And then you just click OK. And then you just click OK. And it will load. And this is the one step you have to do before you can export. And then up here, you go Export for Runtime, and then Export as Mach C3. And then you export to this folder, and you've got a usable export in VTubing software. But oh, wait, the software doesn't make it that intuitive, because it's terribly designed. So what you then have to do
VTube Studio?
Say, okay, open the VTuber Studio.
Yep.
And then VTuber Studio opens up to say, oh.
Pro tip for people using VTuber Studio. I've seen a bunch of people, they run it through Steam, which is fine. But there's actually in the folder with the executable, there's a .bat file that literally just says run without Steam. So if you don't want to open Steam, if you're playing games, and I don't know how it tracks if you're running two things at once, but basically you can run VTuber Studio without Steam. It's Steam only download, but again, there's a file in there with the exe that'll let you run it without Steam.
Okay, now open the VTuber Studio. And then VTuber Studio opens up, and as Simone immediately said when she opened VTuber Studio, she goes, "This is an app designed for women." Here you can see another one I made here. And you just click OK, and this app is free, by the way. And then you click here, oh, I want to change my model, but oh, you need to import your own model. So you click import a model, and then you click open folder.
Yes, it is a
opens
bit of a...
the folder with the models. And so now what you need to do is find the folder where you downloaded all that stuff earlier.
Yeah, it's kind of a pain.
Hopefully the folder that you unzipped. And I take that folder, and I dump it in this folder. And take that folder.
That's Leaflet's video there. It looks like Prejudiced.
And I dump it in this folder. And if I want to have it have the right avatar and everything like that is the image, you need to handle all that manually in this software. Here it is. And then you just click auto setup. And now you have head tracking. If you're wondering why it's not working now, it's because I'm using the video camera on this other app, and I can't use two video things at the same time, and it's very frustrating. Because it'd be great if I could just show you it working right now and the ears bouncing and everything, but this is where we are, okay, people? So that's how you use it. If you want to make multiple outfits for a character, you can just reload layers. I should probably show you how to reload layers.
Yeah, let's go.
So you say, oh, I did one, and I want to come back to it in the future.
Okay.
So I click here. Components.
Again, this wasn't working for me either. It wasn't loading.
The middle step where you can
like
save.
the saved ones, which is really frustrating.
And layers takes you to the last step where you can save. And it just automatically reopens. And that's saying, how do you use the dubbing software on RFAB?
Oh,
The auto dubber.
He's going right on to his next tutorial, but cut weird there. Yeah, that was useful. Again, hopefully I can get that running. It's still very much work in progress as far as I can tell, but he built the he built a working model allegedly. Again, couldn't test it because of the single camera, but yeah, I mean he built a rigged VTuber in a VTuber model in 15-ish minutes. Alrighty. This can all be done in Photoshop GIMP, but it is a lot more difficult and time consuming. Yes. And yeah, you need to do everything, layer it and all that. This is very handy. All right, let's get on to, I guess, our main event, because we did say we were going to talk civil rights. Yeah. Let's just get into it. And I'm getting pretty tired too, so this will probably be our last one, but don't worry, it's only an hour-long video. Yeah, let's go. Alrighty, Tom Woods, he's pretty cool. Gets a bunch of interesting guests on there, talks about a bunch of various topics. But yeah, I saw this one pop up. Are you starting to wonder about the civil rights movement? We also have Democracy is Low-Intensity Civil War with Daryl Cooper. The main event, hell yeah. Oh, it opened twice for some reason. All right, Tom Woods. Goodbye. And yeah, close that. We'll close that. Ahoy. We're checking out Tom Woods with guest Jeremy Carl. Are you starting to wonder about the civil rights movement? No, I'm not. I know all about that shit. Anyway, let's see what we got.
Hey everybody, Tom Woods here. It's
Hi.
episode 2770 of the Tom Woods Show, and I'm very glad to have Jeremy Carl back with us, senior fellow at the Claremont Institute, author of a book we've discussed in the past on the show, The Unprotected
I think it needs a bit of a
Class,
boost.
How Anti-White Racism is Tearing America Apart.
Starting
This is
spicy
the
right off the
kind of
bat.
book that you don't have to worry.
And I will
is-
say it's very frustrating that we even have to say that's kind of spicy. Like you can say any other racism is bad, but talking about racism directed at white people has, because of all the cultural radio DJ voice, yeah, because of all the cultural programming, there's this association with like standing up for white people as being a like white supremacist or white nationalist or something, that you hate everyone but white people. So it's really amazing, and it's a very impressive psyop that defending a race from racism gets you accused of racism. It's a really fucked up situation. new Mentis video gets into it. I saw those two looked interesting. Like I said, we're tired, so we're not going to hit those tonight, but those are on the list. I'm very curious about those as well. And if we hadn't gotten on doing all those other fun things tonight, we could have just made a whole one about race, like those Mantis videos. There were a couple others I wanted to check out. There's a old speech from, I think, the 30s, or actually it might have been a little later than that, but of a black ex-communist calling out the NAACP, talking about. So yeah, there's just all kinds of history of communists trying to take over black culture. Anyway, point is, we could have done a whole day on interesting racial dynamics, but the Mantis videos are on the list for another stream for sure.
It's going to go out of style, or this book is as evergreen as a book could possibly be. And the thing is, I'm sure you would like it to become a book that's just sitting in the remainder bin because the problem it's addressing has been solved.
Yeah.
But in the short run, we really, really need this thing. It is a really, really valuable study that brings it all together. Like, we've all got some anecdotal information or a statistic we heard or a graph we've seen, but you've taken it all in one area after another and just put it together in an absolutely devastating presentation. So I thought, in light of what's been, going on recently with this Carmelo Anthony fiasco, that we might revisit some of the material.
I won't tangent on that fully because I've already done that one over and over and over, but it really does frustrate me because there is no racial issue there aside from that there are races involved. Like, if it had been white on white or black on black, it would of course still be a tragedy, but you wouldn't have people jumping around defending the killer or hating on the victim. Like, there are people actually, like, it's become so racialized that there are people out there who hate on the dude who was murdered. Like, and we're threatening to, like, go find his grave and dig him up and shit like that. And, like, they said the brother should have died too. It's absurd tribalism taken to just a fanatical degree, and it's not healthy for society, and it's largely been done to them. I'm not absolving them of the blame for their terrible behavior, but it's like they have been programmed to think that way. They're not victims. Slavery was a long, long time ago. Being black in America is awesome and much better than being black most other places, maybe every other place. It's just pissing on the grave pics set you off. Yeah, there are people not photoshopping, using AI to piss on the murder victim's grave digitally, of course. But yeah, no, and it just makes them look bad. Like, black people need to police their own. It sounds harsh, but it's true. Like, black people have a bad reputation because there are bad black people that are very loud and outspoken, and it gives the rest of the, I hate the word because it gets so misused, but it gives the rest of the community a bad name. Like, you need to stop. You need to stop being so tribal. You're gonna improve your overall image by calling out the bad elements. You can't just be like, well, they're black and we're all oppressed. Like, it's a psyop that a bunch of people fall into, and because it's been so successful, it kind of doubles down on itself, because anyone who is willing to call it out basically gets called a race traitor. So there's even more pressure for people not to speak out about it, because you're gonna catch a bunch of shit. Just like I was saying, you can't speak out against anti-white racism without being accused of being, all these bad things. You can't speak out against bad black behavior, even if you're black, or same thing. You're gonna get called all these bad names. Like, it's traps set up in this societal paradigm. Story is infuriating, same as the ones from England and Ireland. Oh yeah, there have been I don't think you have, mate. I've been stabbed. I don't think you have, mate. Man, that one really set me off too. As a parent, you wanted to snap for the dad. Yeah, love the images where they photoshopped those images with watermelons for heads. I haven't seen those ones. What, the one where they were pissing on the grave? That's a nice little bit of revenge
that you talked about there, or just I just want to get your thoughts about what's been going on. And before we do that, I should say that the statistics kind of surprised me. About 1 in 5 people who listen to this show do not live in the United States. I have now my enemies will say they live in Russia or something like that. But the point is, not everybody knows about the day-to-day news in the U.S. So, are you able to just give us like the 3-sentence summary of what happened in that tent?
Yes. So we basically, you had 2 high school students. There was a student, Carmelo Anthony, who was African American. He was asked to leave numerous times. He should not have been in the tent. There was some concerns that he was maybe up to no good. There was some sort of physical bumping or touching, but nothing that a jury found remotely provocational for what happened next. And then Carmelo Anthony reached into, I guess, his clothing somewhere, took out a knife and stabbed the other student in the heart, who died. And
that's not good.
Then there was a trial, and he was thankfully, I think, rightly convicted of murder and sentenced to 35 years. And I think all things going on, that was a better than expected, if perhaps not fully just outcome going in than what
European American, yeah.
Trial. So
yeah,
a small bit of encouragement.
All right. So, of course, as with all these cases, what matters about them, I mean, I don't want to be cold, obviously, to the family of the victim. The particulars of this case do matter very much. But for the rest of us who don't know any of the people involved, we're looking at it from a bird's eye view as well, about what it says about the state of things in our society. And I think if you had said in, the mid 1950s, as the civil rights movement is starting to gain traction going into the 1960s, that all these decades
a lot of shit went downhill.
7 decades later, you would have an absolutely enormous number of Black Americans who were the kinds of things you see on social media, the things they were saying about the victim of this murder, and the things they're saying about the murderer.
I saw people calling him like a political prisoner. I'm like, the dude murdered someone. He's going to jail for his crime. That's not a political prisoner, you psychos.
Just blood-curdling and insane. If you would say that 7 decades later, 7 decades of wealth redistribution, of a complete revolution in our legal system, we could go on and on and on. I mean, desperately trying to portray Blacks in the most favorable light in the movies and culturally. Absolutely every effort you could possibly make. I am not aware of any other country that made more of an effort to help a minority group at the expense of their own children. I mean, let's just put it out there just like that.
Only one that comes to mind is like the British going around the world trying to end slavery, which it'll sound weird, but I'm not like, and the British are very proud of that. I'm not a big fan of that. It's just too intervention-y. Like, I think you should let people do their own thing. Like, slavery is of course bad, but like from the standpoint of the viewpoint of the British Empire at the time, I don't really think it makes sense to go around trying to moralize everyone else. Like, the British Empire should not do slavery, and if there's slavery happening within the British Empire, end that shit. Sure, it's not your job to end it worldwide. But yeah, so anyway, as an aside, but yeah, that's basically the only other example I can think of, because generally minorities just have to frickin' deal with it, and they can leave and be treated maybe better somewhere else if they. So yeah, basically go to the place that wants you and whatever. But Britain had child labor until 1922. Child labor is based, actually. Oh man. And I'm only half kidding, and I'm not sure if it's half or not. Anyway, moving on. But yeah, anyway, yes, it is wild. America has definitely tried to help, or at least that's the allegation. I think from the start there was a bit of psyop going on there too, and the goal was maybe not always to help Black people anyway. Like we were talking about earlier, a lot of people see these social movements as just weapons to be used and manipulated to change society in other ways that aren't necessarily related to the goal of the social movement. Feminism, anti-racism, civil rights, gay rights, all that shit.
At the expense of opportunities for their own children.
Yep.
They made this effort, and 7 decades later, this is still where we are. I wonder. I don't think that's how people expected it to turn out.
No, I don't think
the racists at the time expected it to turn out. Maybe not this bad. They might not have seen how bad it was coming, but the people who were called racist at the time, and to be fair, many of them were. But yeah, they saw it coming.
I think they did. I mean, well, some did actually in some sort of.
They probably tried to say so
but
at the time.
I think overall, people didn't. I think a lot of this stuff is being revisited for that reason. I mean, you have the Trump administration, in my view, completely correctly and heroically under Harmeet Dillon's leadership, the Department of Justice running the Civil Rights Division, undoing a lot of the sort of blatant racial favoritism.
And they also ended the Community Relations Service, which is excellent. I'm not sure how many people know about that. It's underknown. Definitely flew under the radar, but that's the fuckers. That's the Fed boys. I believe that was under Department of Justice as well. That's the Fed boys who will come to you when your family is killed by a black person or a illegal immigrant or something, and tell you what to say to not inflame racial tensions or don't look back in anger, that sort of thing. But yeah, those fuckers go around trying to allegedly keep racial harmony, but it's only going one way. It's basically that like it's why you have parents saying shit like yeah, it's sad my daughter was killed, but I mean, just think of the culture. Like, it's worth it for food trucks. It's that cuck shit. A bunch of that is coming from the Community Relations Service, which has been shut down. They're still fighting to reopen it, but for now, last I checked, it is dead.
That was going on for, in particular, African Americans, but also for other groups that was disadvantaging
non-whites.
Americans. You can have things like the Small Business Administration that had all sorts of loans that were favoring foreigners and other minority groups. You know, this is all being undone.
Dude, as much as I hate the DEI and the racial stuff, favoring foreigners is somehow even more insulting because they're not even Americans. Like, favoring Americans based on their race and discriminating against white Americans based on their race is, of course, disgusting. Prioritizing foreigners over Americans is even worse. That shit pisses me off so much.
And
it all
one of
does.
the reasons we were talking a little bit before the show, one of the reasons that I, even if Trump sometimes does some things that I don't love, have continued to be supportive, is this stuff is all going on. Nobody else even touched this for decades. I think the president and his team deserve enormous credit, and even though it hasn't always
deserves enormous credit and more than he is given, including by me. Again, I'm critical of him on various issues, and mostly credit him for like immigration enforcement. I think that's one of his big wins, but some of the stuff does go under the radar, including to me. I knew he dismantled some of this stuff, but I should have been more up on where all this stuff is, because this is incredibly important stuff, and it's interesting that it's being done without much fanfare.
Headlines, I think.
If you don't favor
really
foreigners, you are racist.
But, how far we're going to go, I'm actually kind of working on a piece right now where I sort of say this is actually the last ditch attempt to save the civil rights kind of regime that I think they're putting in place. Where we're kind of say, okay, well, maybe there are elements of this that we can use in a truly racially neutral way that we haven't done in decades. If the Democrats are not going to accept that, and I strongly suspect they're not, I suspect they're going to try to go back to the status quo ante whenever they take over. There's just no reason for us to really engage with this sort of law at all. I mean, we should just undo it because.
So what you're saying, Arkham, is and. That's what I'm getting here. Yeah, and yeah, sometimes if those are the lines they're drawing, then it's like, sure, then by your definition, yes, yeah, whatever. Moving on.
it's not really about civil rights for everybody. It's just about racial preferences against white people. And there's, in 2026, there's no reason we should be doing that.
I don't know if it's a granddaughter or a daughter or somebody. Wish I could remember, of Martin Luther King, who came out in favor of Carmelo Anthony, and he shouldn't have been convicted, and this, that, and the other thing.
Yeah.
And people said, look, she's not radically diverging from her, I don't know, father or grandfather.
Yeah.
That if King lived today, he would be Al Sharpton, and that, that we have completely misjudged him on the basis of one line of a speech he didn't write.
Yeah.
So I wonder about that. When you say people are revisiting things, I think at this point you have to ask, given what a disaster this has all been for basically everybody concerned, it hasn't made us happier. That's for sure. It's enriched a lot of lawyers, but it hasn't made people happier. We're more at each other's throats than ever before. Maybe there was something rotten about it from the start.
Yeah, well, I think that's a lot closer to where I would why. I mean, I think one can engage in, and it's actually badly needed, some historical revisionism about Martin Luther King and his work and his life, without saying that King is Al Sharpton. And I have heard people say that. I think there's a pretty long fall from Martin Luther King to Al Sharpton, even if I think certainly King's one line sometimes gets overused and sort of oversimplifies his
the point. Look into Martin Luther King Jr. a little bit more, Gob, because the point is that he was not exactly as he's portrayed in the history books, and that was he was a fucking communist, for one thing, and the content of character speech is great, but doesn't match with some of his other beliefs. So yeah, it's probably more somewhere in the middle. He's probably not as bad as like Tom Woods said, Al Sharpton. But he's no Martin Luther King either. Martin Luther King is not the Martin Luther King you learn about in history books. He's not quite Al Sharpton, probably, but is probably closer to Al Sharpton than Martin Luther King.
Kind of character and political program. But I think to your broader point, right, we're in a situation where this hasn't made us better. It hasn't made us better off. It hasn't made us happier.
Grifters.
More equal, but it's created a tremendous system of sort of all against all kind of racial spoil system, and that doesn't serve anybody well.
You're mentioning Harmy Dillon, what's been going on under...
But it is sad too, because Martin Luther King, as portrayed in history, is a important figure, but he's not a real figure. Like, the content of character is a great concept. It's not something he seemed to actually believe, though. It was one line in a speech. MLK was kind of a grifter, say things that sound good, divert to the actual programming. Yeah, again, he wanted communist revolution.
Now, one of the things that has had tremendous impact throughout society has been this disparate impact doctrine, whereby some employment requirement that
what happened to equal treatment under the law? Disparate impact is bullshit, man.
Implemented has a racially disparate effect. If you can demonstrate that employment requirement is absolutely necessary, then it's okay.
Hey, Depswalker.
But the problem is, there are some things that maybe I can't demonstrate that it's absolutely necessary. It's just something that common sense would tell you is highly desirable for this position. I'm not sure I want to be dragged into court and have to try to demonstrate beyond a shadow of a doubt how necessary it is in front of a group of, lawyers who are all vultures, coming from my neck, So it's created a lot of problems in that regard.
You print the legend,
is that
you also print what fits the narrative. Like, it's like, just like the winners write the history, like the people in charge will write what benefits them as well.
It's been trying to minimize the negative impact of that doctrine. Now, am I hearing that right? And if so, is she not in some way, quote, defying the Supreme Court by doing so? Because it did call for that.
Well, so there's a couple things, and this gets into some complicated details. I'll try not to kind of put your audience to sleep here, but
I don't know how much the election stuff played into it. I haven't looked into that. I'm not knowledgeable on that. But yes, the judicial system is a joke, and the judges are not impartial. and are doing all kinds of crazy stuff. Always wear sunscreen, class of 99. Don't know it.
There was an early executive order in the administration that did things to limit disparate impact within kind of governmental realm. And they designed this in a way that it was at least presumptively legal within the Supreme Court precedents. More recently, just in the last week or so, there's a much bigger thing which has come out, and we have two very able, and I'm proud to say, Claremont John Marshall Fellow alums who are running the Office of Legal Counsel in the White House, who came out with a very, very good 25-page legal opinion that I would definitely recommend to any of your listeners who are actually interested in kind of understanding this in a little bit more depth. But they basically take a knife to all of disparate impact doctrine. Again, I mean, there's a lot of permutations because they're trying to kind of keep everything within a Supreme Court ruling, but it's actually being built off a recent Supreme Court ruling having to do with an Alabama redistricting case where the Supreme Court has essentially said, and this kind of built off a Louisiana case, again, as I said, it gets into the weeds, where the Supreme Court is clearly indicating that this type of race-based categorizing is no longer being looked at favorably. And so what they've basically done is said the way the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission has been interpreting this is unconstitutional. And so they haven't technically killed all disparate impact, but they've done it in such a way that basically.
How were they chosen before, the judges? But yeah, no, that's a good point. If you're opening up a system to allegedly represent the people, it's easy to manipulate that system, which is part of the problem with democracy and why it's fake and gay. The bigger part in that is just that it makes people feel like they're being represented when they're actually not. It's a trap. That's actually interesting. I never made that exact comparison, but it's kind of what we were talking about earlier with like sports and video games, and how I think it's actually a good thing that the leftist locusts went in there and subverted it and turned them all gay, because it made people wake up. So it's kind of the issue I have with democracy is democracy is basically bread and circuses. It keeps people complacent because they feel like they're in a system that is fair and represents them. And even when they get frustrated at it, they're like, well, it's still better than like, any other system. Like, at least we're not in an authoritarian system. We're in a democracy or a republic or whatever. So yeah, it's basically like sports before they turned it gay, or video games before they turned it gay. You can just like have a good time, man. You're just gonna chill with democracy, but it's a trap. Yeah, no, and they are buying off judges there. Well, and buying off elections. There's the whole Soros backing. There's a massive problem with a Soros backed judge. Federal judges are appointed, just state judges are elected. Judges were appointed mostly, now more have grown to be elected with mob rule democracy. Libertarian monarchism when? I'm listening.
The Office of Legal Counsel guidance, if it's followed, will gut the vast majority of these disparate impact cases. And I think where they're seeing is the Supreme Court is going in their direction. And if the Supreme Court is given an opportunity, and I expect they will be given such an opportunity to rule on this issue directly, they will toss disparate impact effectively out the window.
Hey, folks, in a world run by psychos and sickos, we need to band together.
And usually I play the ads. It's respectful. Here, I'll just say if you need tax advice, there's the link there. It's a long video, so I'm going to go ahead and skip through it. But yeah, I've heard this ad before while listening to this stuff. It's for businesses specifically, so it's probably not going to affect most people anyway. If you're paying like over $40,000 in taxes a year, if there are any of you there, and you want to, save money, go check that ad out.
Keeping what's yours.
Yeah, keep what's yours.
Well, I don't think people would have expected that back in 1971 or whenever it was that we got Griggs, that could someday happen. Because I think for a long time, people on both sides have kind of just accepted that when there's a great leap forward by the left. It's just permanent. You just have to live with it.
Well, it's interesting that you say that, because one of the interesting things about the original Griggs case, which is how we got Duke power, it was a rare case of the Supreme Court actually, even when it was still pretty liberal.
If a benevolent king implemented libertarian policies, then libertarian monarchy. All right. Compelling.
Sort of realized they'd gone way too far. And in 1989, there's a case called Woods Cove Packing Company versus Antonio. And they effectively gut disparate impact, not as much as this ruling does, but they get rid of a lot of the biggest abuses in disparate impact doctrine. But then this really tells you what a failure the Republican Party has been over decades.
Republican Party is not a failure. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to do, which is play the other side of the coin and trick people into thinking they have choices, like I was talking about. And because everyone's always like, no, the Republicans are great. The Republicans, policy-wise, are better than the Democrats, especially in modern forms. The Democrats have gone completely insane. The Republicans have gotten a little better. But my issue with the Republicans, as I always call out, is the lesser of two evils is not the way to win. It's unfortunate. I used to think this sort of statement was like more utopian, but especially with how bad society is getting, I feel like we don't have a whole lot of time to do it the slow way. And Republicans still hurt America. Like they're a negative on a lot of the issues that I care about, like freedom and financial economic policy. So they're just killing America slower than the Democrats, and that's not good enough. We need to completely rewrite and reform one of the parties, probably the Republicans. But until then, we can't just think of them as the ones who are going to save us, because the Republicans in their current form will not save us.
Civil rights groups scream.
Imagine if Gabe Newell was crowned king of mankind. Damn. I can see that solving stuff.
George H.W. Bush is president. He cowers, even though his civil rights team knows how bad it's going to be. And we end up essentially writing the findings of Griggs into the civil rights law of 1991, and therefore gutting the Supreme Court's attempt to kind of rectify this. So, I mean, just a total failure of nerve by the GOP.
Again, not failure. They're freaking paid politicians. They just want to coast on shit. Both sides would rather just keep getting paid than rock the boat. And as we can see there, a bunch of bad shit keeps happening under Republicans too. Like the Democrats do absolutely atrocious shit, but then the Republicans are also doing this, and we get a bunch of these bad rulings and policies implemented under Republicans as well.
That led us into this situation that this was not corrected. But I think the good news is that we have a little bit more steel in our spine this time, and I think we have the arguments and facts on our side, and it's going to carry the day.
Going back to this Carmelo Anthony issue, there were some people complaining that he had a quote all-white jury. Now that's not technically true,
dude.
Yeah, not even close.
I hate how these lies, like these easily debunkable lies, spread so damn quick, and people just don't care enough or think it's good propaganda and think they can get away with it, that they just keep going. Like I've heard so many people talk about the all-white jury when it was not all white. So it's idiots, and they can be immediately dismissed. You need to go to bed. All right, see you, Gob.
But
I don't think there are any black people on the jury.
No, that is correct.
So maybe if you're not black, they just call you white. It's an all-white jury.
Yeah,
but which of course is implicitly saying if there'd been
that one's if it hadn't affected a real person, that would just be an absolutely hilarious story. But yeah, there are still people who think Kyle Rittenhouse killed 3 black people.
Black person, that black person would automatically have identified with him because of the common race.
Yeah.
And that just brings to mind something I just saw, I think out of the UK. Maybe you saw this graph. It's statistics out of the trial system in the UK, and the question was whites versus non-whites. You have a white and a non-white defendant, how often do white jurors find each of these guilty? And how?
Okay. I'm gonna guess. I'm not gonna go by numbers, but I would not be surprised if white people find whites guilty more often than they find non-whites, and of course, non-whites are gonna find non-whites way less guilty. Like, yeah. Anyway, there's my guess there.
How often do non-whites? And non-whites are finding the white person guilty 3 times as often as they are.
Damn, 3 times. That's bigger than I expected. Actually, that's even bigger.
Constant, but even leaving that aside, I mean, a 3x difference should cover whatever nitpicking you want to make. There. And that, I think, makes you think. Well, I do think, contrary to the accusations, that whites have made a reasonable effort to try to accommodate blacks and not been, quote unquote, racist toward them. They've gone out of their way to try to be even handed. But the problem with that is that then it looks like if you do that and the other side has no intention of being even handed, then what kind of result do you get? So it's if
and unfortunately it's only gotten worse. Like, there's always black tribalism, but and again, like the whole thanks Obama thing is a meme, but Obama did a lot of terrible damage to race relations. That is very true, as well as other terrible stuff. But yeah, so a bunch of that kicked up under Obama. It doesn't really matter whose fault it is, but I'm just giving you timeline and perpetrator. But yeah, it kicked up a bunch more of that stuff that was already there, but wasn't as focused on, of the black resentment towards white people and the black victimhood narrative. Like, that was stoked intentionally and given all new life and all new social acceptability. Like, it became acceptable to just, like, that was the narrative. So you have that out there in society a whole lot more. It was unleashed, unchained, and so the black versus white animosity jumped a ton, and the black tribalism in-group preference jumped a ton too.
If you're not going to meet us halfway, why are we how can we live together?
Well, it's really tricky. I mean, it's a sobering statement, but not an entirely unjustified one. And in fact, we have, I mean, the numbers always vary, but we do see these same disparities in the US legal and conviction system, where essentially whites are the only group that, at least on average, essentially treat all races equally when they're defendants. And African Americans in particular are extremely more likely to show favoritism toward African American defendants. Look, it's a real problem. I mean, I think it could even come down to what does it really mean to be a jury of your peers, right? That's not. I don't think that's a can of worms that the Supreme Court wants to open up for a million different reasons, but it may at some point become unavoidable if we're continuing to see this level of racial filibustering going on in the way that some races deal with the guilt or innocence of accused people. I don't know what ultimately that looks like, but again, I think it's not a sustainable system where you have whites sort of dealing with things in an even-handed way and no other group doing so. And by the way, that's writ large across a million different.
White animosity towards others is starting to skyrocket. Probably, and definitely willingness to talk about it is skyrocketing. Like, people are fed up, very much so. So yeah, I'm just a little. I think there obviously is animosity. I'm not sure that's the overall thing. I think a bunch of it is, ironically enough, also resentment for how society has been treating white people and how it's clearly unfair. So yeah, there is animosity growing towards non-whites for sure. Of course, specific types of non-whites. But I think the bigger feeling that is growing is just like being fed up with the system we've been forced to live under. So yeah, it's not exactly aimed at the blacks or other non-whites. It's aimed more at society at large and the system that has brought us here. But like you say, the animosity is also skyrocketing because people are noticing things. Willingness to respond to the animosity, yes, that's a good way to put it too. Is yes, the people are fed up and calling this shit out, which is the correct opinion, the correct stance. You should be calling this shit out. It's not right, and the only way we change things is by actually speaking up. So I've been trying to encourage that as well. Basically, yeah, no, it's bullshit, and you got to call it out. And so it's good that willingness to respond to the animosity is growing, and it should continue to grow. And hopefully people in positions of power either step out of the way or listen before things get worse.
Policies, and that was really the point of the Unprotected class, my book, which was to say that this is not a sustainable system. And I was actually just profiled in the Atlantic in a pretty big piece last week, and there were parts of it that were actually somewhat reasonable and fair, which is why I was willing to sit down with this guy. He'd written like non-crazy stuff before, but what he really objected to...
Dude, totally off topic for anything in the video, but I hate when you've got... Well, it's nice to have things that you have to do as well, but yeah, just the days are kind of blending together because I have things scheduled on each day. I'm like, is Side Scrollers tomorrow? No, Side Scrollers is not until Monday, but I'm just like, oh man, like when I'm looking at the time, I'm like, I have things to do tomorrow, but I don't even know what. Like, it's just like, yeah, no, my weekend, it's Saturday now. Sorry, no, it's Saturday because it's past midnight, but it's Friday evening is how I think of it. But yeah, so, and I already have stuff on Saturday and Sunday and Monday, and it's all kind of blending together into a big stress ball. Profiled, what is he, a black guy driving?
There were parts of it that were actually somewhat reasonable and fair, which is why I was willing to sit down with this guy. He'd written like non-crazy stuff before, but what he really objected to was effectively the idea that I thought white people should do something about this, and that we should extract political punishment against people who were discriminating against us. And he seemed to feel that it should just be sort of the moral force of the justice of our arguments, and that, and $5 will get you a 6-inch subway, right, at best. And so, I think a part of the challenge we have is, even for people who might agree with the problem, as soon as you start suggesting that white people actually do something about it, then they begin to police you pretty heavily.
Yep.
Did you see that video that was excerpted wide?
No, it's crazy. They don't even want you to talk about it, much less suggest actual solutions, and that people stand up and roll back some of the racist shit that they've put in place. They really don't like that.
On X by Congressman Representative Jasmine Crockett, and in the wake of what happened, wake of the trial, and she said,
oh man,
the Metcalf family, that's the family of the victim, has never endured what it's like to be a black woman in America.
Yeah,
I saw that. That's so fucking insane. Also, they don't know what it's like to have experiences like a black woman in America. Their son was murdered by a black kid. I'd say they... Anyway.
Yeah.
Now they've just had their son brutally murdered.
Oh,
yeah.
And
yep.
And they've got half the country screaming at them.
Yeah.
And she thinks that's the appropriate thing to say. That
wait. You want equality too?
Have it really bad.
Yeah.
In America. Now, she's a member of Congress.
Well, not only is she a member of Congress, she nearly became the Democratic nominee from Texas for the United States Senate. She only narrowly lost that primary.
She's retarded.
I do think it's, again, I mean, I'm not going to tar everybody with the same brush as her, because I think she is sort of out there on the more extreme edge, but I think it's indicative of where we are, that sort of sentiment can be expressed without any real consequence, other than people like you and me seeing it on X and becoming exercised about it. And so, I'll say one thing. it's sort of the one optimistic side maybe of the kind of mass immigration, and it's not much of an optimistic side, but it's at least something, which is a lot of these new immigrant groups that are coming in that have some of the same challenges in their relationships with African Americans that whites have had do not have the same level of white guilt.
That's the argument. I know he said mass immigration is bad, but that's pretty funny. An upside to mass immigration is some of them hate black people too. Jeez.
With African Americans that whites have had do not have the same level of white guilt. And they're not kind of putting...
She also tried to say the knife was so small it couldn't be a crime. Yeah, a couple people tried to say that. It's absolutely retarded. Oh, man.
That whites have had do not have the same level of white guilt.
White guilt is so fucking stupid, man.
And they're not kind of putting up with some of the nonsense like what's coming out of Jasmine Crockett's mouth. And so I think the sort of unique moral currency, whether you think that it was real or not, it was abused. It's just the dog is not going to hunt anymore. And I do think that we're going to see a change. I think some of these more extreme assertions of privilege.
Why was the weapon that killed someone labeled a deadly weapon? Huh. That's insane.
By folks like Jasmine Crockett are just not going to work in this new
white guilt is retarded and great
environment. And so I think that at least has a potential to get a little bit better over time, even if some of these other trends won't.
Now, your book, The Unprotected Class, covers all kinds of different topics. And one of them is crime. And again, that's also relevant to this, what we're talking about today. So we're all familiar with the Black Lives Matter movement.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There was a lot of initial sympathy for that.
Yeah.
And then as time went on and some of the details of some of the cases that we associate with that movement became more widely known.
Yeah.
It started to seem as if, okay, well, that one, they certainly at least exaggerated.
I will say, I think it's not so much the details of the cases coming out as the cultural shift and also just short attention spans. I mean, you're not going to be able to keep someone on a specific, the masses on a specific mission for forever. It's silly, but they're going to stop caring. Even if it's something they care deeply about, they're just not going to have the attention span to keep that interest at a high enough level to really keep a movement going like that, which is, again, kind of sad. They're operating at a pretty low level on a lot of issues. But yeah, I think it's that, and I think it's just cultural shift. Like, people are just getting fed up with all this shit in general. It doesn't have anything to do with the cases. They're just done.
Or that was just outright false, or this claim was false, and then they're taking the money and spending it on mansions and stuff. I mean, the thing, it had a pretty rapid fall, but that what motivated that, what got a lot of people supporting it, was this belief of the sort expressed by Jasmine Crockett that blacks in America have good reason to feel terrified as they walk down the street because they're going to, they could wind up on.
They do have reason to be terrified because a lot of blacks live around other blacks, and a subset of those people are the worst stereotypes of those people. So yes, black people do need to be afraid, unfortunately, but not of white people.
The wrong end of law enforcement through no fault of their own. Or even if it is through partly their own fault, everything will be wildly exaggerated, including the punishment. So what is the right way to think about this in light of,
Meanwhile, I hate all the falsehoods in these arguments too, because judges will literally say like that they're giving someone less of a sentence because they're black. Like, this idea that it's a bunch of racist white judges just throwing the book at black people. It's not accurate to reality. Like, they will go out of their way to give you less of a sentence because you're black or illegal immigrant and stuff. Like, there have been cases in California, I believe, where they will intentionally give very low sentences, the highest they can, but within under the limit, which is usually like a year or something, so that they won't be deported. Like, so you get special treatment even if you commit a crime as an illegal immigrant, a non-citizen to this country. You get like 364 days in prison for a crime that should get you like who knows. I mean, it'll vary, but should have got you much more than that. There's so many things wrong with where we currently are. You never had sympathy for the BLM. I was working in security at the time, and you saw it. All you saw was idiots becoming violent. The other issue is like, I didn't like the bullying and shit. Like, I didn't like the cultural coercion. You have to say the line. It's like, no, I fucking don't. And it gets to that point where just out of spite, you're like, hey, do Black Lives Matter? And you just want to be like, no, they don't. Of course they do, because all lives matter. But yeah, it's just like, you want me to say your specific spell? It's not going to happen. And I'm going to spitefully go the other way just to mess with you. Nope, don't matter at all. That's this pendulum swinging way too far back from the times that he's talking about. Yeah.
Real statistics that we must have.
Right. Well, it's the opposite of the truth, right? I mean, it's just like, that's all. The interracial crime profile is exactly the opposite of what we would think, or not we think, but what we're sort of told by the media, and that whites are overwhelmingly more likely to be the victims rather than the perpetrators of interracial crime by, an order of magnitude, if not more sometimes, depending on the race and the group. The number of unarmed African Americans killed by police in an...
He said no lives matter. That's good. Black Lives Matter just as much as your own does. Yeah. Yep.
Average year is less than 10. You can sort of go on and on. I mean, the entire year is less than 10. Number of unarmed African Americans killed by police in an average year is less than 10.
Yep. And when you look into it, even I think it was Tucker Carlson back when he was on Fox years ago, did a excellent breakdown of a year's worth of unarmed blacks being killed by police. And as if it was like 10 or something, and as if that isn't a small enough number considering the population of our country, it got even more absurd because a bunch of the unarmed people were armed. I think it was only like 4 that were actually unarmed or something. It's been a while, so I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that exact number. But like, some of them were in cars trying to ram police. That's a deadly weapon. Some of them were fighting with the police over their own weapons. They're mutually armed at that point if the gun is in play. Like, they're treated as having the police's gun because they were reaching for it or whatever. Like, they have the potential to immediately end that cop's life with a deadly weapon if they're in a car or grabbing the police's gun. Like, so yeah, 10 is already really low. Then when you look into it and see that 6 of them were armed, actually, and some of those were trying to kill police officers, it gets even more absurd.
You can sort of go on and on. I mean, the entire premise of these arguments is simply false, and all the examples they choose over times end up kind of like, when you do any research into them, you kind of find out they're false. I mean, ironically, even the rare times they would have a good example to use, even though it still wouldn't be statistically meaningful, they don't use it. There's the one like legitimate one I'm kind of aware of in recent years was a guy named Philandro Castile, an African American.
Wasn't that pretty much bullshit too? I'm not saying he should have died or whatever, but there were extenuating circumstances there as well. For one thing, the cops who pulled the cop, I forget if it was just one guy or whatever, who pulled him over, was pulling him over because he matched the description of a armed robber. So he was on edge there. Again, that does not excuse it, because if I happened to look like an armed robber and was pulled over and shot and killed, obviously that's not good. I didn't do anything. And Philando Castile was not an armed robber. But where it really gets interesting and like, okay, well, yeah, that's not exactly the cop's fault. And again, it's been a while. Maybe the cop also misbehaved. I think there was some I think there was some misconduct on his part. He probably did jump the gun, so to speak, a little bit, but it's also understandable when you do interact with some of these people. But yeah, the Philando Castile thing, he said that he had a weapon when the police pulled him over. The police got jumpy and were like, hey, oh yeah, okay. I think I did have criticism for the cop in this thing. I think he went overboard, pretty much immediately got confrontational and stuff. But still, Philando Castile was saying that he had a gun. It's in the glove box. The police was fairly clear. I think there was a bit of a conflicting orders or something, but it was pretty clear, do not reach for the gun. And Philando Castile reached for the glove box and was shot and killed. So I don't think he was going for the gun, but like he did stuff that is going to make someone pretty jumpy. Like the cop was like, hey, don't do that, and he did it. So yeah, I think that was kind of mutually stupid there. Again, it's been a long time. I don't remember all the details, but like don't go for a gun. Don't move around a lot when the cop's like, hey, don't move around a lot. And the possibility of gaining control of the weapon is treated as if you have control until the officer does again. Yep. Proof statistically, no evidence of greater deaths in blacks versus whites from police interactions. The opposite. Police are more likely to hesitate when it's a black person because they've been trained so much on that. And just know that it's going to get him in trouble if they kill a black dude. He got a lot of blowback when published because he was a black professor. Yep. You're from the South. You've seen white people act out and get fucked up by the cops. Yeah.
Motorist in Minnesota who was pulled over, announced to the policeman that he did have a firearm in the car and notified him. And due to it basically followed instructions and due to
he didn't follow instructions. I think the cop might have also screwed up, but Philando Castile did not follow instructions.
The policeman's part was shot. I mean, that should have been like, if you want to have a George Floyd moment, it would have been over that, but like that doesn't even get 1,000 as much publicity as
that got a ton of publicity too. But yeah, they tried to do the exact same thing.
Kind of really bad actor like George Floyd or Trayvon Martin or some of these other guys. So it's all just really bad. It's all the opposite of the truth. It all, of course, if you follow, I have a chapter on residential real estate and kind of talk about how white flight was not just a product of white people who decided they weren't going to go live near minorities, but in fact, whites wanted to stick around, but they left because things became unsafe. That was the order of operations there. So, I mean, it is just the fact that anybody has taken any of this seriously is simply a monument to the ability of our state and our media to put out propaganda and try to force people to believe that in all variants of both facts and, frankly, for anybody who's in more diverse areas, what their own eyes should be telling them on a daily basis.
Let's say something about that chapter, by the way, because it covers a lot. It covers it of course talks about white flight, but then
it's he wasn't reaching for the gun. He was reaching for his registration sitting under the gun. Yeah. Don't do that shit. It's all theater. They were just waiting for something that they could blow up into riots. Yeah.
It's about busing, which would be a way to. We're still going to get you, even if you flee.
Yeah, I was bused as a kid, so I know about that.
We'll figure out a way. But I think back to there's an episode of All in the Family where there's a blockbuster in town.
Yeah.
Who's trying to. So can you talk about what blockbusting was all about and who the victims of this were?
Yeah, well, the victims tended to be white ethnics. I mean, again, I'm obviously just generalizing here, right? But like white ethnics in urban areas who'd been living in a community for some time, they maybe be situated around a Catholic church. Jack Posobiec has actually been a victim of this to some degree, and he was a kid in Norristown, Pennsylvania, has talked about this. But what basically happened is that true blockbusting was effectively speculators buying up, this was sort of done in the 1950s and 1960s, a property, a kind of white speculator would do it. They would then sort of transfer to an African American. This would be in a heavily white, typically a white ethnic neighborhood. They would then say, aha, you know, the neighborhood's turning over, and
there goes the neighborhood.
Neighbors and say your house price is going to go way down because it's now going to become an African American neighborhood and there'll be more crime or whatever else. And so they were able to get the white homeowners to sell at distressed prices, and then they'd turn around and resell to African Americans at a slightly more elevated price.
Of course.
So they made a lot of money doing this. This was
That's
eventually
sneaky and evil.
This practice of kind of doing that in such an intentional way. But at that point, the kind of damage had already been done.
What's the story around so-called redlining? Because everybody learns.
I think that's a pretty good place to stop. I'm getting tired, and this is a hour-long video, so I think I'll break it up into 2 parts. We're about halfway through there, and we're just changing topics here. So tune in next time for redlining, as well as other discussions on all this stuff. You got to move slow and teleplay every move. Yes, it helps. Again, like as a libertarian, I'm not a big fan of the police shooting Americans. I've been pretty clear on that. Again, sometimes they absolutely need to be shot. It's unfortunate, but I think we do need to be careful about cheering it on. But yeah, as much as I don't like the power imbalance of cops just being able to shoot you if you make them nervous, you still have to realize that's the situation we're in. So try not to make the cops nervous. It seems kind of basic common sense. Like that should be your number one goal in an interaction with a police officer, is to make them feel at ease and like you're not the kind of person who's going to do creepy shit and try to kill them or something like that. Like that's your goal in an interaction with the police, is to be like, nah, I'm chill. And then you go on about your day. And if they violated your rights in some way, you take them to court. You don't fight them there, because it's not going to work out for you. Alrighty. But yeah, that'll do it for this video. Thanks for watching. Like, comment, and subscribe. I'm not subscribed on this channel. All right, there we go. Peace. Whoops. I paused it. You've known a couple officers that have been forced to discharge on duty and it messed them up pretty bad. Yup. It's not a position you want to be in. All right. Let me just see who's online. I'm not even going to check the Rumble. I mean, I guess I can check, but I just don't have a whole collection, a roster of people over there. Basically, it's been Cinny and Leaflet, and I know Leaflet's not online because she rated me. Yep, doesn't look like much. I should find VTubers on Rumble, but I often stream so late, and I'm tired. I don't have the energy for it, so we'll just do a shit. I was gonna raid Silas. I don't think he's online. Oh, he is. Cool. Never mind. Kind of dropped him a little bit. But yeah, we'll raid Silas. Those of you on Rumble, yeah, I'm raiding Silas because I think he hasn't been active. I saw his title was something like "I'm back." Plus, Silas is cool. I mean, Mavlik's cool too as well, of course. But yeah, we're going Silas here. Oh, he's got Moomy and Keeney on as well. It looks like. But yeah. So yeah, for those of you on Rumble, you can either just go do something else or come back to Evil Red site. I know it sucks, but we support our boys over there too. So yeah, I'll drop a YouTube link to the Rumble chat as well. And congrats on the side scroll sequel. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, thank you. That reminds me, I should shout that out as well, that I will be on side scroll. Oh yeah, let me just do the whole thing. Well, I'll be on General Gravy's podcast tomorrow, but that's not live, so that'll go up at some other point. But yeah, keep an eye out for that. And on Sunday, if all goes according to plan, we should be doing a Lyrian one-shot with the crew. I don't know who all will be able to make it, but that's going to be like Nightwave Fantasy, Okno, Holy Ball. Gravy will be there as well. Gravy is the one who set that up. Hey, Shuriken, thank you, Renegade. Yeah, thank you, appreciate that. But yeah, so yeah, Gravy helped set that up. So we'll be doing that with one of I'm not sure if it's her DMs, but one of the DMs that she's worked with over there too. So we'll be doing a Lyrian one-shot Sunday evening, and then side scrollers Monday morning. Hey, look, there's someone in here with you. Heck yeah. All right, but yeah, like I said, we'll be sending you guys over to Silas. Go say hi. Pirate raid, all that. Let him know. Let him know. All right. There we go. There we go. All right. Have a good one, everybody. Go say hi over there. Those chats should be dropping. Peace. And yeah. All right. Have a good one. I hope to be back tomorrow. Again, like I said, I've got a lot going on, but hope to be back tomorrow. All right. Catch you later. Peace.
Heave away, me hearties, heave and never bend. For the right road's bloody narrow, and it never seems to end. Through storm and steel and centuries, he carried a righteous flame. Black-hearted Jack the Deathless, but the heart still feels the pain. He sailed when Rome still ruled the waves and Carthage burned to ash. Cut down tyrants by the score, left empires in the crash. No blade could keep him under, no grave could hold him long. He rose with every sunrise, still singing the same old song. Heave away, me hearties, heave and never bend. For the right road's bloody narrow, and it never seems to end. Through storm and steel and centuries, he carried a righteous flame. Black-hearted Jack the Deathless, but the heart still feels the pain. 1,000 widows blessed his name, 1,000 orphans too. He stood alone on burning decks when every soul withdrew. Gave his back to cannon mouths so children might breathe free. Took the wounds that should have killed 100 men like me. He fought at Trafalgar's thunder in the ice of northern straits. Broke the chains in slaver ports, left tyrants to their fates. Every oath he ever swore he kept until the grave. Yet every friend he ever loved went down beneath the wave. Heave away, me hearties, heave and never bend. The right road's grown so heavy and there's nothing left to mend. One grey dawn